My channel. I'm Polish Agnes, as you probably already know, but who doesn't know, my name is Agnes and I'm Polish. Hopefully today we will have an amazing stream and a podcast because I did invite multiple people, awesome people that are going to run for Congress, some candidates. They're all Republicans, so hopefully by the flags, you can judge what kind of a podcast this is going to be. This is Connecticut Politics, and we are speaking MAGA language here. I do have a first guest that I wanted to bring in here. There is a lot going on, guys. I am so excited with everything that is going on because now everyone recognizes that Republicans are showing up in Connecticut and we are fighting the fight. It looks like we are getting a lot more support. We're also currently, I checked, we have 6% more Republicans that are registered to vote in Connecticut, which is amazing and great. So far, we are still deep blue here, but we are trying to change this coming election in November. So hopefully you will remember and you will go and vote. And I'm hoping that if you don't like things necessarily that are happening in Connecticut currently, maybe you'll change your mind and you will vote red. So my first guest is Selena, and you guys have never met her before here on my stream. So I am extremely excited that she is coming on today and she will talk to us about a lot of important stuff. So let's welcome Selena. How are you?
Hi, everybody.
I'm so happy you are here. I am excited to talk to you and I'm excited to see what you have to say because, it's been a little bit since we talked last time. So I'm hoping you have some kind of like new information or like good news for us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're actually doing in this political arena here in Connecticut?
Well, I started working with Jason Douglas, and back in 2025, he ran against Ben Proto for the chairmanship of the Connecticut GOP. And I met him before that, and so I was able to help him with his campaign a little bit. It was very last minute, but it was an incredible learning experience for all of us who were involved in it. And so what we've learned a lot about the Connecticut GOP, and they are like the national party, not all aligned, shall we say, and not everyone is on board with actually having Republicans win. And so what we have been doing is working as a grassroots team. It's such a great group that I'm working with, and we're all doing different things pretty much on our own, but we all, stay in touch and know what's going on. Jason and I, along with another fella, and Jason has just turned Connecticut Common Sense. He has started what's called the Common Sense News and Entertainment Network. And so our podcast, Connecticut Common Sense, is now part of that network. We are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We drop on Rumble, Substack, and YouTube. And so if you tune in on any of those, you can find us. It's just the way it shows up on the screen here. And we are close to our 100th episode, so we're pretty proud of that. And one of the things we just recently organized was we have gotten the candidates, Betsy McCoy and Ryan Fazio, to agree to debate and that will be next Friday. So we're hoping to get the delegates in to have a look at, to have a look at this, because it's certainly been the case that there have been debates before the convention prior to this, but it hasn't happened in a while. And the Connecticut GOP does not approve of this. So it's
Yes, I know. I know. I've heard that, there's a lot of people that are asking for this debate to happen. And so, the three candidates that are, we believe, the strongest, were asked to debate. So far, we know that two of them have agreed to debate. And so I know that them, and I guess Aaron was told not to do this before the convention and do it afterwards.
right.
But I guess what just we as people want is to understand exactly what they're all about, and we wanted to make the decision before the convention, before they make their decision.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make up our minds, and see what's up. And so I guess it looks like they were trying to prevent this, but at this point, well, we're going to make it happen, and so it is next Friday, and I will be there, and I will be live streaming. So we're not going to have a podcast. We will have a debate in between two people that are pretty strong candidates. So I'm hoping I'm going to find out more about them. Of course, by now, I think everyone kind of likes the candidate that, they're already behind. And I do believe that after the convention, if they will pick one candidate, this is where I'm going to stand behind. And it's going to be my choice, because I believe anyone is better than Lamont. So that's that, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands this is what's happening next Friday. And also I wanted to make sure that you guys subscribe to my friend here, because I just went on her, I don't know how to copy this link. This is strange. I just went on your podcast here, on your YouTube channel here, and I see that you don't really have a lot of subscribers, So if you are from Connecticut, you need to go to CT. Is it CT Commons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find the link. I'm gonna drop this link. I am subscribed to you, but why is something else? This is weird. Is it Common Sense News and Entertainment?
It's you should come up as CT Common Sense. So I can find it.
Okay, but let me see this real quick. So the actual name, well, it's not going to show up. It's Common Sense News and Entertainment. And then you go at CT Common Sense. And this is why I think I got, is it shorts, videos? Yes, because I can see your face on here. So this has got to be you.
Yeah, there's only one of me.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Common Sense News and Entertainment. So
how do you copy this link? Oh my God.
There we go.
I'll do it this way. Copy link. All right, I got it. I don't know. They keep changing things on Facebook and on YouTube, and I am just kind of late, figuring out. I would just rather have them keep it the same way, so I don't have to, look for these things anymore. But I'm going to put right now your link into the chat and YouTube, and whoever is watching right now, you guys have to go and subscribe. And this is mostly just about Connecticut, but of course, anybody is welcome. And any subscribers are going to help to bump this channel for you. So if you don't mind to hit subscribe, or if you don't mind hitting like on her videos, that would be freaking amazing. Because what we're trying to do here is very important. So now go ahead, Selena. So do we have any good news? Were you able to find out anything about, because you told me one time you were researching and trying to I have some communication with, was it the RTC in your
Oh, yeah.
just
Yeah, I have managed to get myself on my RTC. And
yeah,
as it happens, there are quite a few MAGA people who have managed to get onto their RTCs, their Republican town committees. We have a different system in Connecticut than most states. We do Republican committees by town, and most states do them by county. So that makes us very divided. And I'm not sure, I'll have to look that up because I'm not sure how long we've been that way, but it's been for quite a while. And it's not the most efficient thing.
yeah,
But what I do know is that there are the way these things are set up is you have 169 RTCs, one for each town. Each town gets to send delegates to the convention. And I actually got myself on as a delegate. So I get,
perfect.
I get to decide, well, who I'm voting for. Um, and so what's interesting is I'm starting to see how to approach this political thing in Connecticut and where things need, some shifting, and how to move forward. Because there's a lot of people who are very depressed about how things have been going. And because there are people who have been working very hard at this for decades, and they're feeling very stuck. And I hope that we who are MAGA can get in there with our slightly different attitudes and our, different technology. Because I was chatting with one of our friend James, who I imagine he's been on here before, and we were talking this afternoon about how it was very interesting that it didn't occur to anyone to, record, like just film anything. Like, I was talking to one of my fellow RTC members today, and she was talking about how horrible the new mayor was and how he had, at the budget committee, he was screaming at people. My town just flipped from red to blue because the
Yeah,
Democrats
mine
were
too. Mine too.
knocking regularly and the Republicans weren't. And so, but she said this guy was horrible. I said, did anyone think to record that? And she was like,
Right, exactly.
no. It's like, okay, yeah, James is right. We think about this differently. This
Mhm.
needs to be broadcast. It needs to be public. There is. Have you heard about the Right to Know campaign?
I might have. I just can't recall it, but it sounds
Okay,
familiar.
so we have friends who are actually going to be putting up a billboard. They're paying for one of those electronic
Oh
billboards.
yes, of course I heard. Yes.
Yes, yes. So that's, and that is well in progress, and I think they're going to be able to start soon, probably in June. I think that's the plan. Uh,
Wow, that's amazing. I am so
yeah,
happy to hear that.
yeah. The first section is fully funded. I know they're looking at, and this is completely grassroots. I think she's looking at another possible funder for maybe a second round, but this should help people start to know what the
We
heck
are
is
here.
wrong. Well, not just that, but what is wrong with this state? Because people work so hard here. Because it's like there's so many taxes and everything's so expensive. We're not as bad as Hawaii, but other than that, we're
I
kind of at the
know we
bottom.
are one of the most expensive states in the whole entire United States. And you know what's upsetting the most? It's upsetting that our education fund right now in a lot of cities actually got caught. It got caught, I'm sorry. And they are blaming Trump for that, because he was messing a little bit with his education fund and stuff like that. But you know what? Like, we are the richest state.
Yeah.
We have so much money in this state is nuts. It's nuts. So why would Trump actually wanted to give us even more money if we can sustain on our own?
Right.
It doesn't make sense. And so we just had $500 million laying around that Lamont said, "Oh, I'm going to give you $200 credit." It did not.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
No, but it did not dawn on you. I don't want this credit. I already gave you this money. Okay.
I
So
know.
why wouldn't you use this money into places where we need it the most? And education is one of them.
Right.
So we have a deficit in New Britain that is $18 million that we are still missing for to fully be funded for anything education wise we need. So when you really think about it, your salaries, your teachers' salaries and stuff is the biggest expense, the pensions, and also the special ed education is a lot of money as well. So, and transportation, like those are facilities are kind of last, just the salaries. It's such a huge chunk of money. So you had $500 million. We're missing 18.
It's like, couldn't you just shovel a little? Yeah. And as a matter of fact,
and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna blame Trump. You have money laying around in your own state. That's your money. Everyone's money. Okay.
I mean, couldn't they do a little fundraising in Greenwich, for heaven's sakes?
Yes, exactly. We have another guest, and so I have John. You know John Flynn.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Of course. All right, I'm going to add him. Hello, John. How are ya?
Hello. I know James is trying to join.
I know.
But I want to tell Selena. I want to tell Selena something.
Yes.
I know James is trying to join. Ansonia has supposedly 42 delegates, and you're number 15.
Okay.
Which is not true, because I went to your town, and you guys only have 5.
That is correct.
Okay, John, you have to turn off the YouTube. You can't have both running because there's an echo because YouTube has a delay. Or just mute the YouTube.
Well,
you don't have to turn it off.
I tried to do the computer, not the phone. The phone is horrible.
Okay, all right. So let's say it again. What did you say?
I said there's 42 delegates according to the Ben Proto delegate list, and when I went to the town of Ansonia, they only have 5, and Selena's 1. But the question is, why is Selena listed as number 15 out of 42 on my delegate list?
I want to see that.
Wow.
I got it. I'll send it.
Please. That will be
so
fun.
What does that mean, guys? Because I am not getting
it means this. None of the Stamford delegates are right. None of the Shelton delegates are right.
Okay.
Ansonia got it right.
You're gonna have to tell us a little bit about yourself, because anyone who's watching may not know who you are and what do you mean for this state.
Cool. I'm like I was a whistleblower against Bernie Madoff in 2001 when he robbed me.
Wow.
I've been fighting the guy for 25 years and he died last year. Wow. I sued him 200 times.
What?
In 25 years.
Wow.
There's 500,000 felonies in my bank accounts.
Wow.
Not good. So anyway, I got involved as a litigator because I started doing all that stuff on my own. And now I am the #1 pro se litigator in the state of Connecticut, which is a bad thing. And they want to commit you because I'm running the 5G lawsuit, which has 650 defendants. And if you knew how they were stealing your 4th Amendment right, they're surveilling you in your home through your smart meter.
Oh, yeah, we already know that.
You don't. No. Lamont paid Boston Consulting Group and gave them all your DNA, driver's license, medical records, everything you can possibly have, all your financial records to the Chinese.
Yeah, that's so sad. This explains why we had such an extensive COVID testing in this state. Because
no, that's because his wife. DNA. his wife and her offshore hedge funds are, Lamont made 52 million last year, robbing you.
Yeah, his personal money, $52 million. Okay, that's crazy.
Sick.
What kind of governor
Sick.
makes that much money?
So I've been going to town to town to talk, and Ben Proto has been shutting me down for 6 years. So he denied me the delegate list in the Murphy race when I ran against Chris Murphy, and he denied me the delegate list when I ran against Blumenthal in 2022. And now he sent me a fake one. So on Monday, he had a state. Hold on. On Monday, he had a state central meeting, closed, private, and told all the delegates that I'm about to sue them all. So all the delegates retracted their interest in nominating and seconding me. So I may not be able to go to the convention, which is par for the course. So if that happens, then it's really bad for the Republican Party. Sorry.
It is. John, are you running?
Yeah, except that no newspaper will print my announcement.
Right. So we can announce it here.
Great. Yeah, I filed a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
I filed in February 2025.
Okay, so who are you running for?
Congress, Jim Himes, District 4, and we have 6 opponents.
6.
We have
Wow.
Caputo. A guy named Caputo is primarying Himes as a Democrat.
Okay.
And he's going to possibly split the Democratic vote. He's more progressive than Himes, which is hard to believe.
Wow.
And then there's Moresi and Goldstein and a lady who's very, very nice. I met her twice so far. She just filed. She's a Republican.
So
she was in Westport.
How many Republicans you have running?
4 plus 2 independents.
Okay, those are 2 independent. All right, interesting. That's a lot of splitting
Right,
votes.
there's 7 of us.
Wow, for that one district. What towns are you? Cities?
That's
cities?
Greenwich.
There's 17 towns from Oxford to Shelton, Fairfield, Westport, Darien, Greenwich, Stamford, Bridgeport.
Stamford and Bridgeport, the worst ones.
Fairfield, they're big. There's a lot of big towns.
Yeah.
So there's no hope for us unless we primary Himes. No one's going to win. He's got $2 million in his account, and he's worth $20 million. I've been suing him since 2009, so I think I have an advantage on all these people because I know what the cases are about: money laundering, Bank of America fraud, BlackRock. He just signed the FISA extension to 2029. He's on the Financial Services Committee, and he's in charge of cryptocurrency for the country. He's a criminal. He took bribes from Sam Bankman-Fried, who got indicted. You can go on and on about this character.
Wow. Do we have any proof?
There's tons of proof.
There is?
Tons. Okay. It's all on my Twitter page. 45,000 tweets.
Yeah. I mean, you are so advanced and you have so much information, John. Like, I am not even.
Yeah. Well, I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I think we got him because he never even called for an investigation on the murder of his of Kevin Sutherland, who got stabbed 39 times on the way home from work. I mean, that is enough to question. You know, he is responsible for leaving $8 billion in Humvees in Afghanistan. He's on the Progressive Caucus. AOC answers to him. All these people. Ilhan Omar is on his commission.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
Talab.
Well, that's not good. You hear
No,
that
he's
name and you're
the
immediately here.
king of the progressives, and if you don't rip him apart with his testimony in court, you're never going to beat him.
Mm.
Yeah.
He was one of the designers of the Russia collusion hoax.
Mm.
He talked about it for 4 years at all his town meetings. Oh, I have the evidence on Trump. There is no evidence on Trump. It's all evidence on Hillary and Biden and everyone else.
Well, that I know a lot because we've been deep down for miserable years in looking into all this information and
Oh, I got the
digging.
goods on him. His
Yeah.
largest donor is Bank America, which is owned by BlackRock.
Mm.
And he's doing the FISA court 2029 extension because of Lockheed Martin and all the defendants in the case. Keep in mind, there's 650. Himes, Blumenthal, and Murphy are just the first in the first 10.
Yeah,
But
they have
when you
some
look at
kind
the
of an
real
amazing
culprits,
way. Yeah, they have some kind of an amazing way, especially Murphy, into just raising money like no tomorrow for their campaigns and everything. It's almost
Murphy got 8 million in December.
yeah, exactly. So how are they making all this money just so quick?
Because his PAC manager is an Al Jazeera television commentator, and they're advertising to Hamas, and he's got Hamas leaders that work in Tehran that donating to him.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's illegal.
There's gotta be something going on there, because how is one politician able to raise money like it doesn't even matter at this point? Like it's freaking water or something, Like how are you having all these connections that they just throw money into your account and your campaign, there's only so much you can accept, So
well,
if you look at the
Act Blue has this is the scam.
Yeah.
Act Blue is
90% of their donors are scams.
Yeah, they get this money and then they list people who have never donated. That when they submit to the SEC, they those names.
Yeah.
A lot of these people have never donated to Act Blue.
Yeah.
There's a dead guy in Stanford who gave 19,000 contributions of $25 each.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's many of them.
And the Trump administration is looking at this, and they were looking at it in 2024.
Yeah. In 2022, we sued Act Blue through Judge Meyer in Hartford Federal Court. What happened? They murdered him.
Oh,
that's what I allege.
Oh my God! No kidding.
You don't suddenly die of leukemia. Well, here you go. Judge Meyer, nobody knows, but I thoroughly looked into the guy. He ran the oil for food Saddam Hussein investigation, and 2,100 companies collected $1 billion in fraud in kickbacks, and nobody got prosecuted.
Wow.
And his wife is a notorious gangster too. So, hey. Hi, Linda. I hope you're watching.
Yes. So I've been really trying to advertise a lot, guys. I've been throwing this, channel and podcast advertisement into all the Connecticut.
Oh, you're doing great.
And so I am counting that we are going to reach more people. And I have invited some candidates today to speak, and so I was hoping that we can make this. Yeah, we can make this a habit, and do it every Friday. And so we keep introducing.
If they show up, I'll pipe down.
Oh, no, it's all right. It's all right.
It's cool. I don't want to hear myself talk. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yes. So I am determined to be able to help Republican Party to get more known and viewed in Connecticut. Because obviously,
tell me about the debate. Talk about the debate. Go ahead. Give the details.
Yeah, so we talked about it already with Selena. I'll say it again. So yeah, the debate is going to be between two Republican candidates for governor. So that's Ryan Fazio and Betsy McCoy. And also, Erin Stewart was invited, but she has never confirmed that she was going to make it. And I personally know that she received the message because I did message her, and I see it that was read.
Hold on. Let me tell you a secret. You ready?
Yeah.
If you go to debateattorney.com, DEBATE attorney.com, they're picking up the debate from you and whatever live stream you can give them or whatever. They're nationwide. And the revenue stream collected by the debateattorney.com goes to the candidates.
Oh, no kidding.
No kidding.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, hold on. They have 3,800 insurance companies that advertise, or some crazy number.
Oh, yeah, cool. I mean, I'm all about it. You know, I am not doing this for a monetary compensation for myself. I don't care. I need this state to change.
Hold on a second. If we successfully do this, okay, it's a phone voter app. You get to watch the debate in real time and vote on the candidates, and you can interact. It's the same type of QVC channel interaction with the candidate between, and the owner of the company was Bill Clinton's campaign manager, but he's libertarian, okay, and he don't care. And then the wife is Ross Perot's campaign manager. So she's like, hey, they have 100 websites too. So if you end up picking up the whole deal, everyone in their home can be listening to the debate and ask questions directly to the candidates through their phone.
So I want everybody watching to reach out to your local RTC and tell your delegates you want them to go to this debate, which is in Berlin, Connecticut.
Yes,
it's going to be easy to. It should be pretty easy to access. But tell them you want them to go to this, and they can reach out to Betsy McCoy or Ryan Fazio because they have the logins. Because it's a small venue, and so it's going to be. So they need to be on the guest list, and I'll be on the door. So bring an ID.
Yes,
bring an ID.
So we have James here.
Yes. I really hope you're a citizen if you're running, but I'm not going to be checking passports. But I do want to say
we should.
I know we should.
So what's going on, James? What's up? What's good?
I got to thank Kathy for finally getting me on this on my own phone. She struggled, and she's my IT department around here. Yeah, again, I know when I'm having events and doing stuff, it looks like James is doing everything himself. That's the furthest thing from the truth. I give everybody credit because there's so much I struggle with. And I mean, I am good at networking, putting up the flags, running around, figuring things out, but anything that has to do with the electronic device or creating the flyers and all that stuff, I depend on other people. So again, I'm thankful for everybody involved.
That's awesome. We were just talking about the debate. Are you getting excited about Friday next week?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Thinking back, you know what I mean, the last year and a half of this ride, again, that I've only been involved with, it's we've come really far. Like I was talking to Selena and I think maybe even John earlier, and I was saying, you know what I mean, we are so far ahead of a lot of these people. We don't realize it because we've built a team and we can all help each other out. And these people have no clue. Again, I went to my RTC meeting 2 weeks ago, explaining everything I've been doing, going here, going there, naming names. And there was 30 people in the crowd, probably from 30 to 80 years old. And none of them had known anything about it. It's like none of them even had the internet. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, we're out having events, flag waves, you know, connecting through different things. All four of us are here are all in totally different towns. probably hour apart. You know what I mean? But yeah, here we are all connected using this. And these guys are just so far behind everything we're doing. Even a candidate who I talked with 2 towns away who's going to be running for office. I'm trying to talk to her about getting some delegates to come next Friday. And I don't think she even knew what I was talking about, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, but like I said,
the debate is widely advertised, to be honest with you.
Well, what it is the flyer keeps changing a little bit. And we were kind of getting held up a little bit by one of the people that has helped sponsor it. So that was kind of holding things back. But either way, I don't think we're going to have an issue with people coming. That's not going to be an issue. And then
we are focusing on delegates. That is
right.
That's the focus.
Right. But we can only get 150 people roughly in there, correct?
140.
These delegates really don't know what's going on at all.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
they really don't.
They never even heard of the names of the candidates. I got 7 people in my race. Come on.
Right.
Yeah.
So we do kind of have to pat ourselves on the back. I mean, again, we never take the time out to pat ourselves on the back, but we really should, because like I said, me personally, a year ago, I never thought I'd be doing any of this. A year ago, if you talked to me, I thought I would have been out doing voter registration, and that's it. Same thing with you, Selena. That's how we met one another. We were doing voter registration at that gun show, and then look at how we both have grown. You know what I mean? We've managed to pull Agnes back in. We got together. We helped John out. You know what I mean? We're a big giant team. I always tell everybody we're kind of like that movie. You may not remember, Agnes, but I'm sure John and Selena will remember. There was a movie called The Bad News Bears. There was a bunch of misfits that got together and pulled together and won it all. And that's sort of what we're trying to do.
Interesting reference.
Can I be Tatum
Well,
O'Neal?
you know what I'm talking about, right?
I guess.
It was a movie in the 1970s, Agnes. You probably weren't even born yet. But
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Again, I know that part of it. You were over in Poland too.
Yeah.
But it was like a bunch of misfits, kids that all didn't fit together. That all got together, formed a team, and then basically won it all. The World Series per se of their little league game. So we're kind of like that, pulling together. None of us have been to the convention before, but that's where we can go to John Flynn for some advice and help us out.
I'm Walter Matthau, huh? Thank you.
Tell us how the convention actually looks like. What is going on there? What are we going to see? Are we going to
see fireworks?
I'm sure.
You think I'm joking?
I have another guest. Hello, Robert.
Hey, everyone.
Thank you so much for coming on here. I'm so excited.
Thank you for having me.
To be here.
Oh my God.
This guy is amazing, guys. This is the first time.
It's Robert. Oh my God, that's awesome.
It's good to see you. Thank you. How you doing, brother?
Guys, you're never going to believe what he's actually doing. Listen, me and James are going just around waving our flags. I run around with camera. This guy is combined all these 3 things in one. And then on top of that, he freaking trolls Democrats. He trolls them. He goes around. He literally, let's say, talks to them, right? And
he triggers them all.
I do.
Yeah.
By the way, we met on January 27th. Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
I met Rob on January 27th when Larson threatened to shoot him.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
On tape.
Heard that.
Yeah.
Don't you have the video of that?
No, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. Today was a busy day. I did 12 hours nonstop of going to 3 different protests. I was only going to do 2, but then they posted on their group chat. They're like, "Hey, we're not gonna he's not gonna go to this one." And I go, "Well, now I am."
Now you are.
Now I am. So I went to it, and I went as I identified as a. I told in one of the videos later on. I posted a quick thing already on Facebook of like,
Dude, you got to
3 of
go
them.
in a dress one day.
Well, this time I went
You
as
got to wear a dress, a bridesmaid dress from the 70s, like a pink one.
Wait till you hear. Wait till you hear.
So yeah, I dressed as a all right. So it's a Hispanic. I said I was Hispanic cat plus B, which means I'm also black. So I was telling the black people that I was black, and then I was telling everyone else you're just being racist because of my skin color, and it's hilarious because then one of the guys like say this word, you know, the N word. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. And I was like, you racist piece of S, and he's like, he gets all mad. He's like, well, those are fighting words, and since you're black like me, and I go, yeah, I mean, yeah, and he goes, anyways, he's like, you should leave. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, yeah, I'm good.
Did you wear your mustache the whole day?
Dude, so I glued it on. That's why I had to shave because
I was gonna say something different.
I had to shave because it was like all gooey and shit. So I had to shave it off. But
is that a master's that I'm thinking of? The one I'm gonna know the most out of
Yeah.
you?
No. This was a fantastic, big, gigantic Spanish-looking mustache.
Yeah. No.
Okay,
I was
You were Don
it was so
Quixote?
funny. It was I triggered
more or
so
less.
many people. Each protest had their own like mentally ill people that just lost their minds, and it was great. Like
Yeah. Oh my
I had a
gosh,
guy
so
with a
guys,
Luigi hat following me around, and and he's like crossing his arms, trying to act intimidating, and I just was laughing at his face the whole time. And I was like, they have like 3 or 4 people following me the whole time. So I go, "Let's go, my slaves! I'm a Democrat. Let's go." And then
Did you post all that stuff yet?
no, it's so much stuff. It's literally like 7 hours worth of footage that I have to knock down each one.
Yeah.
But I posted a 2-minute clip of each, or a minute clip of each already, and like combined it together. Just be like, I hit up
On
these
Facebook?
3 coming soon. What'd you say?
On Facebook?
Yeah, on Facebook, and it's amazing. It's really good.
Yeah, so I want to guys, I want to encourage you. Please make sure you go subscribe to Rob. You have to go on his YouTube channel and you have to subscribe. There is some freaking amazing trolling that he does. If you want to laugh, and make sure when you have a bad day, just go and look at his videos. You know, if you like for the Democrats, you know, to being, you know, ambushed a little bit, you know, where they really don't have responses to what's going on, and they are making themselves like an ass out of themselves with the comments and like a lack of knowledge. Usually when you call them out, make sure you go and subscribe to Rob, and then you're going to find a link in the chat. So you can see his name on the screen as Rob Vardaro, and this is his YouTube channel, and as well as his Facebook channel. So just make sure you give him some love. You comment a little bit on his videos, say hi from Polish Agnes, chat, you know, guys, and then also make sure that, you know, you like the videos, because come on, we need that support. And, you know, what is it going to cost you? You know, subscribing to someone's channel it doesn't cost anything. But you're gonna have an amazing freaking. You know, I went through some of your videos. You know, I don't really have the time to watch them all.
Let me just say one thing. This costume idea came from James. I just have to give him full credit for it. It was amazing. I added the cat ears, but the costume idea came from James. So you rock. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey Rob, tell everybody about Thailand. Okay, there are a few weeks before we went there, and then the few weeks after we went there. Then I want to add something about Middletown after that.
Yeah. Long story short is Holland. I drove them so crazy that they were losing their minds, and then we showed up together with the American flags and stuff, and then they in the Trump flags, and they then said they literally wrote messages saying, we have to change our schedule completely because this troll is coming every week, and we can't take it basically anymore.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So and then Rob has posted.
And then shut up, what happened?
Huh?
Rob, one of your videos has
I said,
language.
then we showed up,
that,
and then they.
oh my God, you can't use, bro.
Yeah, that's
one of those videos I saw. You were talking about how these old ladies smelled.
Okay,
dude.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just being. I'm being real. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When they blow stuff in your ears nonstop.
Oh,
Polish, you were saying something. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. What I was saying is, we just did their schedule because after we showed up that one time, they didn't show up that day. We totally messed up their schedule.
Yeah, we definitely did.
Built town the following.
So they were upset, were they?
Right. So then we messed them up there. So what ended up happening is they had been going there for a couple of weeks. What I didn't chance to tell you because I haven't talked was this to that bridge where they had been going. They went over to 91 to try to mess with us. So us pushing back against them is disrupting what they've been doing. We are screwing with them, and they don't like it. Remember, you posted you did the chat where they were recognizing Agnes and they were recognizing you.
Yes, I was going to say that
on Facebook. I think it was.
Yeah, they called her out big time, and I was like, oh, I have to share this because it was amazing. Agnes, you are the best. Like, I love how they called you out too, and I was like, because they're like, this guy's the worst.
Yeah, this guy.
I'm sorry, I'm just tired, but dang, that's crazy.
Whatever. I'm like,
Rob,
why?
Rob.
Like, are you wearing a red hoodie? Because I'm wearing a red hoodie, so I don't know if they meant you or me.
The thing is, I sometimes wear red hoodies that say "Deport liberal white woman."
Hold on, Rob. You made Congressman Larson look like such an asshole that it was
because
unbelievable.
Because he is.
He was fuming out as skin. He's like steam coming out the top.
Well, I made a point he couldn't argue with. I said, what? I go, what are you going to replace ICE with? He goes, well, we need to come up with something. So I was like, so you have nothing. You have nothing, and it triggered him because he realized that he has nothing.
Dude, you're lucky you got out of there alive.
Yeah.
But Polish, you were saying something earlier. What were you saying?
I was going to refer to that Facebook post that you made.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Their knowledge about me came from the New Britain interaction with No Kings. So this is how they found out about me because. Well, now I really, really, really try to wear my hoodie where it says "You to Polish Agnes," you know. And then they came around on my Facebook and they were posting some comments onto the post that I had. And, you know, I kept responding, but I finally got upset and I was like, listen, you clearly do not belong on my Facebook because you are a Democrat. And I don't need to have you on my Facebook because you just don't bring anything for me productive to even pay attention to you for. So that's why one of the people that when you brought up the post said, oh, she blocked me, and she uses ChatGPT, to post things. And I'm like, yeah, because whenever I freaking say something, you people cannot freaking understand what I'm talking about. So
yes, they are some of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my entire life.
I have to have it, fixed by when I write something, then I go through ChatGPT and I ask ChatGPT, can you write this in the easiest possible understandable way? Okay, and this is how I post this sometimes because I notice people are questioning what I really mind, writing in English. Obviously, English is not my
your first language. Yeah.
It's my second language,
Yeah.
but I still kind of think that you can understand me. Can you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, but they literally they lost their minds on us, and it was so funny.
They did. I know.
Like with me, like they send me what they write me random messages to my phone. They give me death threats. They do all the good stuff, and then when I go, okay, well, meet me here. They're like, dot 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 dot. Like they.
The regulators are triangulating you. Is that what they said?
Yeah.
They're sending the regulators after Rob.
Regulators. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's
what they told them. The regulators are triangulating you.
They said they triangulated my position. I said, well, it'd be better if you actually had a destination point.
Yeah, so I am surprised, Rob, that you're like going under your name, meaning you're like really, they can find you easily.
Well, the thing is this, like I was already well known from the Ukraine war stuff and like from my military stuff. So like, it's one of these situations where it's like, my name is already out there, and before they start saying, "Oh, it's actually this guy," I may as well just put it out myself. That was my mindset. And I'll be real. I started these videos like I didn't know it was going to get the traction it did. so I just did it because I got hit before, and I was like, okay, well, I got punched once. I'm just gonna have my camera and do it again. And the reason I went to the next one was because they punched me. So I'm like, I don't think they realized. The more they try to antagonize me or make threats to me, the more I show up. And they don't understand this. Like they don't, I think they're used to like people being like, oh, I'm scared for my job and I'm scared for this. Like they're picking the wrong guy for that stuff. You know what I mean? Like you'll see in the video, this guy's trying to intimidate me. I'm like, no, dude, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. It's just one of these things.
People on our side self-censor, Rob. Last year, we had this motorhome that was around. We called it the Trump bus, but it was actually a motorhome. And it had the fight Trump on the front. It had Iwo Jima on the back. It had RFK and JFK, the Constitution, the Eagle, and a few other things on it. But basically, it was American history is what it was. These people would absolutely, positively lose their mind, the Democrats.
Yeah, they do.
Long and short of it is the people from our side would show up, be happy to see it, would not go on it, would not take a picture with it, even though they're happy to see it. And everybody kept saying, my job, I'm worried about my business, this and that, my job. So everybody on our side, in my opinion, can't say everybody, but a lot of people on our side are a bunch of pussies and they self-censor. You know what I mean?
The thing is this, like, they really do, but my mindset's like the thing is, there's a difference because our side has jobs. Why do you think they can show up to all these protests all the time?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, it was so funny because they're like, they were protesting, our work and our jobs. And I go, that's what they're doing today. Their work. And I go, my mindset also, yeah, exactly. But my mindset's also going, so to show that you're a hard worker that deserves more money, you decide not to show up to work. Like they don't understand the hypocrisy of that. Like, hey, we need more money because of this, but I'm not going to show up today.
Oh, that's the motorhome?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob. I don't think Rob's ever seen this.
No, I haven't.
Cool. It's large.
No, that's awesome.
It's 45 foot long.
That's great.
That was up here for
really
3
good.
months last year until Charlie Kirk got shot.
I gotta find a better video because you can't really see it that well because this is just a reel that I have posted.
Make sure you guys watch my clips though when my clip show of the 3 protests when we get off. You guys will love it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Are you? What other platforms are you on, Rob?
Basically, my main one's Facebook. I have other ones. I have I have everything.
I know you're on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube, but and I also have what's the conservative, like the non-censoring one? Rumble, but I haven't used Rumble, but really at all. Like, yeah, basically Facebook. And I was doing TikTok, and I still upload there because like people that are younger tend to go to that, and then they message me like, "Wow, these people are insane." Yeah, I'm not gonna go. Like, it changes their minds there. And that's yeah. So it's more of the younger generation, like 17, 18-year-olds are writing me going, wow, I was confused on my mindset on this, but after seeing these videos, yeah, no, I'm not like them. Like, so, you know, it's been beneficial on that end.
Also, too, do yourself a favor and get on X, because a lot of people on our side got kicked off of Facebook, and the people who got kicked off of Facebook went on X.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on X too. Like I said, I haven't uploaded there at all, though. Yeah, it's just been basically just Facebook. But like, I guess there's nothing they can really ban me for because I haven't done anything bannable. I guess maybe I don't know, but I don't know. I'm just so you know, I'm exhausted. Just so you know, like if you can't tell, because yeah, it was like 12 hours nonstop. Like, but yeah.
But you didn't get arrested, right?
No, like she called the last one. Like she called the cops on me. All right, I'm gonna just tell you, it's so funny. They called the cops on me. She calls the cops on me. I come over and I go, "How you doing, officer?" And the officer's sitting there and he's like, he looks at me with my ridiculous outfit. He goes, "Can you take the mustache off? I'm gonna be real with you. Like it's distracting. It's hard to keep."
Oh my god!
And I go, "I can. It's glued to my face." And he goes, yeah, like she's trying to file she's trying to like come up with a case against you, and I just wanted to hear your side, I guess. And I told him, I go, well, she came over and said I sexually assaulted her by having the words PP on my sign, and he just started laughing. He goes, okay, yeah. And he goes, well, you know, if she ever like comes over to you again, call me and I'm gonna we'll arrest her. Because she's called the cops every week, and the cops keep showing up for me wearing ridiculous outfits, like, and the cops are tired of it. And the cop told her it's a freedom of speech, and then she stormed off from the cop. So she called them and then got mad and ran away. So, but it was funny. Oh, that is awesome.
Yes. So basically, what that was, it was a wrap, and I asked them how much they paid for a wrap. They said $30,000 it took to wrap that freaking motorhome with.
Oh,
that.
dang.
Yeah, you know, so I mean, it was awesome inside. Everything was patriotic, had flags, you know, they had.
Oh yeah. He was showing me photos from the inside. That was actually really cool.
Yeah. I have a whole entire live stream going inside, you know. John, you have some kind of a echo there. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Do you have anything on?
No. I want Rob to discuss how he really set Murphy up, because those people filed a claim and they're false claims that can't be true.
Well, the assault charge got dropped because the prosecutors had to admit that was a lie. So I had to go to DC for my first court hearing, and their lawyers said, yeah, the person who lied to us. So long story short, when I went down there, you know, when I went on the stage situation, I got arrested when I got off for assault. And they said, like, when I went on the stage, I pushed the dude to the ground and almost hit him, was like trying to hit him or something. And when I went onto the stage, and what they didn't realize was I had an Insta360 camera on me and it recorded everything. So I showed the guy they said I pushed and did this to, he was like 10 feet away from me. He was the one that ran up and grabbed me. So I never touched him. So the prosecutors go, okay, yeah, he lied. But once again, I had to go to jail for a day. So I was in jail. Like and they were trying to, and then Murphy's upset about it. So I heard the prosecutor talking, and he's like, hey, we have to do something because Murphy's upset about it. He was talking to my lawyer. So they said they go, we're going to charge him for like going over a roped off area. But you have to remember, I set up the area because I was there helping set everything up. So the thing I set the stage, I set the fence, I did everything. So the thing they're saying I violated was something I set up myself with the people. Murphy's just upset about it.
You're lucky.
Oh yeah, no. I'm so without that camera, I would have. It went literally from a felony. Like I had a felony thing going on there for assaulting a person I never assaulted.
You could have done 5 years for that.
I had the same thing happen when I went into the crowd for No Gangs. I was walking around and I held my camera, right? So obviously I'm busy with one hand. There is not much I can do with my other hand, right?
Yeah.
But when I was walking around, I always keep my hands, against my body. Like I don't try to touch anybody or anything, But what happened was, I turned around and there was this guy that had this freaking rage in his eyes,
Yeah, they do. They get those, yeah.
He was kind of told, John, I have to mute you. So when you're ready to speak, unmute yourself. We're hearing extreme echo. Perfect. So he had a rage in his eyes, literally, when he looked at me, and he hated the fact that I was there. And so I just kept walking, obviously, and recording everybody. And then when I turned around and he was like, oh, well, you pushed me. And I said, no, I didn't push you. And I said, and are you sure? I said, because we're at the city hall. There's a camera right here, despite the fact that I hold the camera.
Yeah.
And he just backed out and it was like, oh, fuck. So what are you trying to do? Are you really trying,
Their goal is to basically, what they're doing is they're trying to punish you and punish me and punish anyone. That's what they do. I'm going to be real. They're pretty evil people. I'm going to be honest. They compulsively lie. I've never met a bigger group of liars in my entire life,
Yes.
and I dealt with the Taliban and Russians. So but they just, all they do is lie all the time. And and once again, they are upset because also I have my camera. So a lot of them are put your camera, if you didn't have your camera, I'm like, but I do, but I do. Cause I tell them, I said, it's not just for your protection, it's for mine also. You know what I mean? Because it's like a cop, right? I have my camera because you're going to make some crap up about me and I'm going to go to jail for something I didn't do. And that's not going to happen. I just still can't believe that I got accused of something. I got put in jail for something I didn't do. And the people that did that they wrote a written statement and everything saying that I came in, I shoved them to the ground. The most ridiculous crap ever. And then when the video, you just literally see the dude way over there. I was like, is he being charged for lying to the police? And they're like, no.
Oh, that's a big issue. That should be. You should.
So the guy who had to go to jail, the guy that had to keep going to court, spend thousands of dollars and all this other stuff, he's the guy that has to now nothing happens to the guy who made all that up in the first place, which is insane to me. And I told the cops too. I said, hey, when they arrested me, I said, hey, I have video proof. I have my 360 camera. I can show you right now. I never touched anybody. And the police were like, take it to court. That's what they told me. And then they handcuffed me and brought me to jail.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to take sides, whatever,
they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed. That's what happened. They were embarrassed that I was able to get next to a senator. That's why. They were just super embarrassed.
What's just the funniest part about Democrats is that they always have to insult you with something. They got to always attack you. They got to always attack you, and they always have to insult you, with names calling, or whenever you speak the truth and you bring up the facts, you are immediately being called names, And that happens a lot all the time. Every time I bring up some stuff and I It's either I post it in in Facebook groups, or I talk to someone. I immediately hear, well, you're stupid, and shut the fuck up, bitch. And it's like, why do you feel you have to use that kind of a language?
Well,
Why?
see, with me, like with that is like I treat women and men equally. So there you go. If someone's a feminist, there you go. I treat you all the same. I'm a good guy. So doing that, I also say like the same things I'd say to a guy, to a person. So like when that woman came up to me and she said something stupid before, and I was like, "You're a dick." Like she just like her face was like, and she was like, "Excuse me." I'm like, yeah, like,
Yeah. Well, I was extremely disappointed to find that the woman who was helping to run the whole entire No Kings in New Britain, when they had this couple people had these freaking green yellowish vests.
yeah,
We and James were making fun of, and stuff. And she was helping them, and she spoke to me in Polish. And I was just freaking shocked. I am used to Polish people being conservative. This is just the country that we're from. We were always been conservative. We have the views where, more of the religious type of views, believing in God, like no abortions and this and that and the other thing. And I was just like, you were here and you were running this thing? And I said, you guys are killing babies. And then there was this one woman said, who's killing babies? I don't kill babies. I'm a mother of 2. And I said, do you understand that when you get an abortion, you have a baby with a heartbeat already? Do you understand that the heartbeat shows up at 6 weeks? That means you are killing a baby. I said, if it has a heartbeat, it's already a baby.
Yeah.
And she just looked at me like, holy shit, I wrecked her entire world. And I said, you are killing babies. And I said to this Polish woman, I said, shame on you. Shame on you. I said, you are Polish and you're with Democrats? And I said, and you're how old? 60 years old? I said, 60 years old people are even at the worst conservatives in Poland. You have sex before marriage? Holy shit!
I don't understand that. That's like Poland or Ukrainian women when they're 60, they're the ones that are like plowing fields when artillery fire comes down. You know what I mean? That doesn't make I literally saw that in Ukraine. There's just one person going like this and artillery is falling down. I'm like, you gotta get inside. And she's like, my field, like, and it's like, oh God, she's so badass. No, but yeah. So, but like, it's just crazy to me. Yeah. Like, I'm
going to tell you, conservative women are extreme fighters.
Yeah, 100%.
They really are. And especially older women. Like, I'm like in the middle, like 40s. But like 60 plus conservative women are freaking extreme fighters. I see that every single day, wherever I go, whoever I talk to, and whoever I usually talk with, there's always a woman that comes like in front, like first. They like ready. They're ready for you, It's like, holy shit. And I was like, okay, I always thought the world was ruled by the man, but I think that's changing a little bit.
Well, dealing with the Ukrainian woman and Polish woman stuff, I can tell you right now, those older women, they're man, they could take on anybody. I'll give you like that is crazy. And like about like the abortion stuff, like my mindset's like this. These people are like, oh, pro-choice, my body, my choice. Yeah, that doesn't go if you get when you get forced to take shots, right? Hey, it's your body until someone else has to stick something inside of it. So I go, and then they go, well, it's for the better good. I go, is it for the better good of that baby that you just killed it? Yeah. So like, it's once again, everything's hypocritical. Everything they do is hypocritical, yes. And that's what they do. Yeah.
That's the biggest one. And, we showed up at the legislative office building. They had like thousands on thousands of interviews, and they had testimonies. They passed that freaking bill anyways. They have
There's
a super majority. They're gonna do whatever the fuck they want.
There was 20,000 testimonies.
Exactly.
I talked with Amber, and CT Ram had 20,000 testimonies.
Wow.
Yep.
It was a lot. It was overwhelming. I have never, not that I really was around, but I have never seen such a response.
I want to point out something to you too. If you can slide over a little bit on your flag behind you, I was wondering if Rob or Selena may know. See in the center of the blue there? Can you guys see what that's showing? It's three
really
lines.
Small on my phone.
Yeah,
it's on my
isn't
phone.
that the 3% thing?
Exactly. And the whole point of that is 3% of the population can make a huge difference, and that's what it did back during the Revolutionary War. I didn't understand what that was. I knew about the 3%, but I didn't understand that on the flag until recently. And us doing what we are doing is making a difference, whether we know it or not, because we're inspiring other people to get involved.
Oh,
and I just read online, because I do like to make a little bit of a research as much as I can when I go on a podcast. So I have some stuff to talk about with you guys, or if no one came around, I had something to share. By the way, this picture is from the January 6th. So this is where this picture is coming from, This is why you see all these flags, and actually, it doesn't really fit the whole thing, but there's like thousands of people, behind me. So this is why I have this picture, because I have thousands of people behind me. You know what I mean?
I got a question. Yeah. How do they keep putting this cop out there? This guy who tries to act like a tough guy. Isn't he the guy who got his ass kicked at the cop that got his ass kicked at the January 6th thing? Like, I don't understand why he's like this popular face when he's known for getting his ass whooped. I don't understand that.
I do not know what cop you're talking about.
Is this one cop? He always wears he always is doing public speaking and stuff like that.
I don't know.
He's one of the Capitol Police, or was one of them. But he's like he was known for just he's like that was he was known for. I'm like, never mind. It's off subject. Sorry, I was just thinking January 6th.
Oh, okay. We talk about various things. Obviously.
I'm be real. I'm exhausted. Like, I literally have been nonstop moving.
Who wants to talk about May 9th?
May 9th. So that's our next rally.
Correct.
Our next rally is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I'll be there. Absolutely.
That's going to be up in Griswold. Do you have any? Okay. Can you pull up a picture like you did before with the bus of what we did in Southington?
Yes.
The one from February or beginning of March.
What we did in Southington, meaning
March, the bridge.
Okay, let me see if I have pictures. I gotta find them. Give me one sec.
Are you familiar with the area, Rob, up there?
Griswold, I've heard of it. I've probably been through it a million times or whatever. I don't know it now.
Up where the Tractor Supply is, there's a commuter parking lot right next to the highway.
Yeah. I know where that is. Yeah.
Yep. So we got a food truck that's coming. We got George Austin that's coming. There's been other politicians that have been invited to come. Whether or not they show up or not.
Already coming for sure. No. Just
George Austin is definitely coming. I talked to him over a month ago. So
you had me at food trucks.
Yeah, we're gonna have a food truck there. So the setup for John and Selena, who haven't been up there, is basically probably 10 or 15 feet from the road. There's a commuter parking lot, and there's a lot of fence right there. So the plan is to decorate the fence because it's right there in the commuter parking lot. Yeah. And then there's a bridge, kind of like the Cadillac Ranch, that goes over the highway. So it's a very similar setup. That, like the Cadillac Ranch we decorate behind the ranch. Well, that would be the parking lot, and then going over the highway is the bridge. So kind of we'll probably decorate the bridge with American flags on both sides, and then the fence that goes down the commuter parking lot, which is highly visible we'll decorate that with all Steve's flags. You know, all the colorful Trump flags, 2A flags. I think Rob even picked out there was a Star Trek flag in there.
There was.
Yeah.
I was very confused. I said people are going to be like, did they just grab random flags? Because it was like, had all these patriotic ones, and then there was this random Star Trek one that was just there. My brother used to watch that show all the time. So. Oh, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, so the plan is, like I said, I've got like 100 American flags. I don't think we can put that many flags on the bridge. It's a much smaller bridge.
Yeah.
So we can probably get, I'm going to guess, 50 or 60 flags on the bridge, which, again, is quite a sight to see when it's nothing but American flags.
No, 100%. 100%.
I have two 12-foot by 18-foot flags that we could put over the bridge. But again, I'm not familiar enough. I'll bring them with me, but I'm not sure how big, you know what I mean, how far they'll hang down. Because, again, I'm not that familiar with up there. But I'll bring them with me, and if people want to hang them up, we can hang them up. So.
That sounds perfect. Hey, I do got to get off so I can get some food.
Yeah.
I just want to say you all are amazing. Like every single one of you. Just want to say, true patriots, you guys are the best. You know that.
So are you, Rob. We also look up to you. Again, pat yourself on the back, man. You deserve it.
Vice versa with all of you. And you all have a good night, by the way. And enjoy the rest of your stream.
We'll be looking forward to your videos.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Make sure you subscribe to Rob. I'm going to drop the link again. I want to see subscribers going from now on. That's not the one I wanted. Let's see if I can share his website real quick, and I'll show you guys. But
I don't think he even has a website yet. Well, everything I've seen, he's been basically doing it on YouTube and mostly on Facebook.
Yeah. I meant on YouTube. Sorry, I haven't been sleeping really a lot this week. Sometimes I know it's Rob, I think. Is it Rob?
Did you see the testimonials that Rob has on his website? Like, oh, Rob saved my life. I was blown up on a landmine, and Rob carried me across a minefield. And like, there's 3 guys that like lost their legs, and one guy got his face blown off. Pretty impressive stuff.
I've seen the news clip that he was talking about all that on.
Oh my God! One of them is amazing
stuff.
So wasn't Rob the one who called Murphy as scumbag?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right to his face.
John met him before all of us.
So me being honest, I decided to see,
Yeah.
hey, are people going to try to
I watched Larson threaten him, and I couldn't believe it.
I asked for a ride. What I learned was,
I heard you were gay, Rob, so I brought my flag for you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Is there a problem with people being gay?
Oh, hell no.
You got a problem with that?
Absolutely.
So you try to use that as some sort of insult? Wow, that's really bigoted of you. That's really bigoted of you. You shouldn't be being like that to gay people. You did. You did. You shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that. See, she doesn't like gay people. She actually insults gay people. So they try to use that as a weapon, like I'm offended. I don't like. Hey, here's the person that hates gay people. Here's the person that hates gay people, right there. Yep. Kind of messed up. Oh, snap.
So this is the kind of stuff you want to find on Rob's, website. So he's awesome. He just doesn't care.
Is unbelievable.
That's the Talon Bridge that they were going to for 1 year straight until we showed up. Kenny Krajewski, myself, Ray, and Natalie, and Lisa all showed up. And long and short of it was 5 of us. They were going there for a year straight until the 5 of us showed up. 7 flags, 2 banners, and we broke their 1 year solid streak of them going there to that bridge. And then we went there the following week, and we put up 20 American flags, and we had 1 banner up. And people were like, "Where have you been? Where have you been?" But that's where I was coming at, of us getting out there and pushing back against them. You know what I mean? And now they're having to worry about going there at random times, worrying about us being there. So what ended up happening? Yeah. So Middletown, Rob and I went over to Middletown and got there early before they were going to be there. I set up 30 flags because there's 3 bridges in a row and they're about 500 feet apart. So they could see us from the bridge that they were on, because I picked a different bridge. And long and short of it was they called the cops on me. The cops showed up, and the cop was like, "Hey, I'm on your side, but you can't attach nothing to the bridge," kind of deal. And again, I've been out at 4 different things this year, 3 different places, and I only got a little bit of grief from one officer. Long and short of it, again,
we were hated in New Britain. That one was off the freaking chain. So that was the worst one as far as when we went somewhere together, you know. But you know, we did Southington so many freaking times. No one really does anything about us there or whatever. And remember that one time when we organized this event, we had so many people show up, and someone has posted a flyer with the cancellation, you know, and then you were worried, oh my God, what about they're going to show up? You know, what are we going to do? And, you know, I don't want them at the same bridge. And now you're doing this to them.
Well, that's just it, you know. Well, like I said, we went to Middletown, and long and short of it is now the bridge that they've been going to in Middletown, now they're still staying in Middletown, but going to the opposite bridge. But also, too, I want to point out, while I was live streaming that particular in Middletown about a week ago, somebody who I met like a year plus ago, back in 2024, is like, "Hey, we should go to Middletown," you know, him and I. Now that inspired him to get involved. This is my point. Also, too, when I was live streaming over in Prospect this past weekend, Jimmy Stewart had saw me saying that I'm going to go over there. Well, long and short of it, now he wants to get involved and help out over there and up in Griswold, Plainfield area. Also, too, somebody who saw pictures that I posted from Tallinn, this woman says, "Hey, we should go and do this in Portland." What I'm getting at is, by us pushing back, also, you know, because of somewhat of Rob, we are now inspiring other people to get involved, which comes back to the flag behind you, the 3%. If we can get more, so what I want to do is show people what we are doing, so I can go to a different town somewhere else, show them, and then go somewhere else. You know what I mean? So we can spread what we are doing around the state. People always say to me, "Oh, how come you don't have this event like the Pine Loft events or the Cadillac Ranch events in my town?" I'm like, "Listen, put on an event in your town. Yeah, exactly. I'll connect you with all the people who I'm connected with." Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to do, is spread what we are doing around the state. You know what I mean? I imagine you and Jason can go to anywhere in the state and show them your podcast and present your stuff. And then John Flynn could go wherever in the state and present whatever he wants to present. We are all willing to go, but at this point in time, the reason we keep going to the middle of the state is because it's the middle of the state.
There's no resistance here. There's never been any resistance in Norwalk, period. They have this No Kings thing every week, and everyone's like, "What are these people, insane?" You know, there's a lot of sane people, but it's just like a handful of nutcases making it, you know, an extreme event for them, and they're very excited. Honestly, if there's no resistance in Norwalk, if you go up to these people, you know, if you had 10 American flags, I think they would lose their stuff. You know, they would just go berserk.
I want to show you guys.
But you might not get the cop support here either. You won't find a cop willing to support you here.
Yeah, that's true. I found a funny video of Rob, and then I want to move on. And after this, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about what is going on in New Britain, because it freaking seems like New Britain's got more shit going on than Washington, D.C. for some reason lately. And I think it's basically because, our previous mayor, which is Aaron Stewart, is running for a governor, and they're trying to just, I don't know, dissect the city as much as possible to deter her from running, which is not going to happen. I know that she's not gonna quit. But
Listen,
I want
listen.
to. Go ahead.
Let me say something. I called 50 towns and asked for the delegate list directly. And when I called New Britain, they said no. I said, you have to give it to me. And they said, no. 5 times they said no. So then I called the mayor and I got the assistant to the mayor. I said, you realize you have to give us the delegate list. It's a federal race and it's a felony if you don't.
Yeah.
So they said, well, then send us a check and we'll mail it to you. I was like, you know what? Maybe you didn't understand. I'm going to block all your delegates from the convention. Have a nice day. Click.
Wow, no kidding.
And I will. And I'm gonna.
Yeah, you should.
I recorded everything.
How do you do that?
So they're going to be out. Aaron's going to be out.
Aaron's going to be out.
No, I'm not kidding.
How do you block
She can't come to the
convention?
I already called the sergeant at arms. They're not to let the people in that the towns didn't give me the form.
So how are you able to manage to be able to not let them into the convention?
I alert the sergeant at arms that they didn't fill out the paperwork properly. And by law, they cannot not let them in. Seymour, Suffield, New Britain, some of Jonathan's towns, Cheshire, Southbury, Norwalk, Stamford. Darien refused me the list. I'm like, okay, you're not coming to the convention. Sorry, bye.
So anybody can request that list, correct?
You should, because the delegates
and
are
if they
false.
don't give it to me, then what?
Like I said, Selena's town, Ansonia, has like 5 delegates.
Yes, we have 5
So
delegates.
why'd they send me the list of 42 where Selena's number 15? It's a falsified document.
So what number?
You can't have a convention. The rules of the convention, there are none. They haven't drafted them yet.
The Republican Party is a corporation, and there is no legal reason that they have to obey their own rules. We've already been through this.
No, not true. Not true.
You sure?
Federal election. It's not a state election.
Yeah, Hillary versus Bernie with the Democrats. They installed her, and it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, nope, we're not going to do anything because this is a corporation, and there's no federal reason to obey their own rules.
Well, that won't fly if we sue Ben Proto personally.
I'm all in.
Because he ain't no corporation.
There we go.
Speaking of which,
he's a delegate.
Something you can do. I believe this.
Ben Proto is a delegate, and he's not allowed to be one.
Oh no, he certainly isn't.
Really? Why?
Who's he representing? Representing?
He's a lawyer.
What town does he stand for? This is like the towns are
Stratford.
supposed to be.
Stratford delegate list.
Oh, right.
Marianne Turner said, Ben Proto's not a delegate. Ben Proto's not a delegate. I said, oh, yes, he is. He's number 8. Here's the form, and I showed it to her.
Oh, great.
I sent her a picture of the delegate form. He's number 8.
Did you bring up your video, Selena, about Ben Proto and the Virgin Islands yet?
Oh no, I have not mentioned that.
Because that is, I heard fire from everybody.
Yeah. So we interviewed somebody. We interviewed a man last week. His name is Todd Hecht. He's from the Virgin Islands, and we actually interviewed him last year.
Oh, this is about the fraud, isn't it?
It's so what happened is in the Virgin Islands they had a whole grassroots movement where they reclaimed their party, and they were going to conventions, and Todd had met Ben Proto, and Ben was like cozied up. They were friends. He bought him dinner all the time. They chit chatted. It was all very friendly. And right when they were starting to get, really get somewhere, the National Party basically came in and took over the party in the Virgin Islands. 3 people moved in from Michigan, and it was Ben Proto, who had been like kind of watching them all the time, who came in and dropped the hammer on them and said, nope, sorry, you can't do this anymore. And they just took over the party. And there's maybe some rules and stuff like that. And now Todd is he's amazingly bitter, but that is, it's on our website, it's on our feed, and it was from last week. And I know John's seen it and James has seen it. And
Selena, what's the name of the video? Do you perhaps know?
Un moment. I will look this up.
I am looking at your channel right now, which I am going to share. I want people to see this.
Oh, it's fantastic. I watched it 3 times.
Okay, so
Fantastic.
it's number, I don't think, I don't know if there's a number on that one, but it's called "The Chairman of the CTGOP Isn't a Good Guy."
I got it. Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, good to see both of you.
All right, Jason is on here too. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
And this is about an hour
The
long.
recorder into that room.
Yep.
You're not allowed to take your cell phone. They put it in a ferret bag and stuff.
Well,
you have
keep
to
in mind, they make a reference to
Ben literally had a sign.
Epstein money supporting the Virgin Islands and paying Ben.
Hmm.
I mean,
Epstein
everything.
Island. You can see the Epstein Islands in the Virgin Islands, by the way.
Yeah.
I took a cruise down there to the Virgin Islands about like 12 years ago, and they made a big point at that time to talk about this island over here, which again, if you were a good swimmer, you could swim from one to the other. It's not that far, but I had no idea what they were talking about back in like 2016. I was clueless. So the 2 islands are very close together.
And everything isn't like the voting machines from Virgin Islands.
No, Venezuela.
Yeah.
Oh, Venezuela. Okay. I don't know why did I get messed up, but I heard something Virgin Islands were some kind of fraud. I can't remember what it was that exactly. But it's not, so Virgin Islands, it's just a territory, so it's not like United States really owns that land and stuff,
Like Puerto Rico.
Yes, exactly. So different things can be going on there. So yeah, and okay. So what I wanted to tell you guys, I don't know if you know that New Britain RTC is suing the city of New Britain, and personally, I think they are suing the mayor currently. And I'm just like, you're the new mayor, and within freaking 6 months, you already landed yourself a lawsuit. Like, wow. How do you do that? And this is about the seat that Democrats filled with another Democrat, even though that they are claiming he was unaffiliated, but that seat was supposed to fill with Republican. And now I've heard that they gave.
No, I think the Republican died, and they replaced the seat with the Democrat.
Yes, although they claim it was not a Democrat, and it was someone who was unaffiliated, which also does not work because it was supposed to be a Republican, 100%, because that is the minority law, I think. I have researched this a little bit, and I wanted to bring this up because I'm like, is this really happening? Is this all happening in New Britain? Like you have now the state police, I guess it's investigating the whole entire, city hall backdating taxes, fees, I guess it was, that they supposedly backdated. So now it's a whole investigation by the state police, so we're going to see, how.
Yeah. Plus, Erin said she was getting bribed weekly, which is crazy.
She said, I think she was getting offers, but this is a really risky topic because someone may bribe you and they will suggest it, but you can't ever freaking prove that's what they meant. You know what I mean? And it's not like, this person came around and they put on my table $10,000 and they said, if I'm not going to, if they're going to do something for me, I can have that $10,000. So like judging whatever she said based on, the bribery was kind of there. I mean, I would think that people who were suggesting something not necessarily came through 100% right then and there, because it is a punishable offense to do that. And to even report this, you would have to have a clear evidence that this is exactly what happened. Okay, you can report it, but police is going to be like, we need proof to even make anything. They don't even want to make a report. If you don't have a proof, they just leave. If you have a statement, they don't arrest anybody based on statement. They don't do any like moves. They don't even want to write a freaking report based on your statement. You have to have some kind of a proof. You
got a Trump flag, they'll take it down on you though.
Yeah, I know, right? God damn.
I've got to run because I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I got to go.
All right, take care,
I'll
James.
see all three of
too.
you guys very soon, and I'm sure I'll talk to some of you during the week.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
I've got to
Thank
go
you.
too. I got to spend time with
John.
Grandpa or he gets upset. Pleasure. Thank you.
So much for
I
coming
appreciate it.
on here. I appreciate you.
Thank you. You guys
Take
are
care.
doing great.
Bye.
Cool. Bye.
Yeah. So we had an amazing conversation. There was a couple other people that I was really hoping they were going to jump on here. Unfortunately, I don't think they will show up today. So maybe next time. But I am extremely excited about this debate coming that we're having on Friday. Then on Saturday, we are having
Flag waving.
We are having a flag waving that is kind of an advanced flag waving because we have invited a food truck, to join us. But also I was going to say, and I forgot when James was around. I have to start writing notes. I guess I'm just getting a little old. I don't know. a little memory loss, I guess, but I just basically secured a place today for Jonathan, that is running for District 5 in New Britain. And when we were all talking on the phone and sending emails and stuff like that, obviously I'm rooting for Jonathan and I will help him any way I can. And I know I can help him. I know I can help him in New Britain. Okay, New Britain is my town, and that's it. And so I have secured already the place for the meet and greet in New Britain. And these guys are helping us. So, there is no charge whatsoever, which they are Republicans. They are Polish. I am meeting tomorrow with Jonathan at 8:30 p.m. To check out the place. This place is more of a nightclub. But there are also a whole that are running in events during the day. They run first communions. They have also weddings there. They don't have food, but they do have a bar. So drinks are going to be available if anyone wants to. They have a huge parking lot, and they're definitely on board and happy that I actually picked them, which was freaking awesome to hear. And I was like, okay, just let me bring Jonathan first, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's going to like it, but I'm not going to make any decisions without him involved and seeing everything. So we're looking at June, definitely closer to the end of June, because for Polish community, there is a lot going on for May. And like I said, May are all the first communions going on, all these confirmations that people are doing. They're always in May. And then June, we have Polish Days and Polish Festival going on at the beginning of June here. It's going to be huge, which I also told Jonathan about. And I said, if you need a booth, I said, and a tent, you have to let me know. I can get you in there with that. And I said, if you want, I will help you. I will stay in the booth. You can just walk around. I'll introduce you to people. I can translate whatever, we can get out there. We can talk to, there's going to be thousands of people that will come to this
What an
event.
awesome opportunity. That sounds great.
It is. Obviously, people are going to be from also New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. There is a lot of Polish people that are going to come around, but there is going to be a lot of people from his district. And I believe the more he gets known and the more he talks to people and the more everybody is going to understand how awesome of a person he is, the more of a chance that we have to flip the seat. The Polish community here is freaking huge, and so I am going to try to get in there and definitely advertise him and advocate for him. So that's why, for me personally, it was important to get him in for meet and greet around here in Little Poland. I think it's going to be freaking awesome. And of course,
does your audience know that the 5th district, which Jonathan's running for, is the most flippable district in all of New England?
I didn't even know that personally, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is the most flippable?
The most flippable district. It's the closest to being able to be flipped in all of New England. From blue to red. Yeah.
So Johanna Hayes is who I have as a representative, and I have done multiple streams when I just express that I don't like her stand on things. I don't like the policies that she's trying to push and stuff like that. And when you listen to the person and you hear that they want to defund the police, the service that we are paying so much taxes for, first of all, and second of all, how do you actually live your life without the law enforcement? It's just not possible. So you're going to let out everybody from the jail, because if you're going to defund the services, you're going to defund correctional officers, you're going to defund police. Yeah. So you're not going to have anybody running around and catching the bad guys. So when you really think about the kids, how are the kids going to be protected?
What frustrates me is they start talking about it's like, oh, we should have compassion for people because they can't help what happened to them. Where's your compassion for the people who have been raped and murdered?
Yes. And especially by illegals. Yeah. Like Lincoln Riley, the case that has been extremely, we have a Lincoln Riley Act, and Johanna Hayes have voted yes for that, and then she changed that and she said that she was
sorry that she voted for that.
Yes, exactly. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This girl, 16-year-old girl, was literally raped and murdered by an illegal alien, So here is my girlfriend that is coming on right now, my Polish girlfriend. She's from Chicago. So let's say hi to her. Hello.
Hello. Hi, guys. Hello. You're not going to see me. How what?
I said, thank you for joining. My God, long time.
Yeah, I was trying to join you guys before, but I couldn't. My husband called me and I was trying to get out from the stream and I couldn't do both things at the same time. So I'm driving home. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try now. Yeah, so yeah, I'm Polish like Agnes. Same thing. We both came from Poland. We both citizens, of course. Yeah, but we have both Polish citizens, right? Do you still have your Polish
Oh
citizen?
yes. Oh
Okay,
yes.
so yeah. What I'm just gonna say, because you have a lot of conversation about a lot of stuff tonight, so I'm just gonna say, guys, if you vote, please check those people backgrounds, find
Yes.
out what those people have behind their ears, the smallest thing. For what are those people they've been voting before, what kind of decisions they want to make. So check the smallest thing about those people, because like Aga said, like there will be probably people oh, we agree with illegals people to come to this country, or abortions or stuff like we do not agree with. So make sure for who you're voting for, okay?
Yeah,
So
the
just
understanding and the research has to happen. You cannot just freaking rely on a
yeah,
yard sign,
exactly.
and just look
Yeah,
at their
don't
yard
just choose
sign
them
and
just because of the Republicans. Oh, so probably has the same view like me. No, you have to find out what's behind their ears, because they even if they're Republicans, that's not mean that they may be not gonna think for 100% like us, but they their fingers, they might sticking to something where you do not agree.
yeah.
So
Well, so you live in a very similar state. You live in a highly taxed
yeah,
state, which is
I'm in
Illinois.
Chicago, Illinois, which is Democratic state, and it's the same shit. It's and oh, the other thing, exactly, the other thing what I was trying to bring, Aga, when you gonna go to those Polish picnics or whatever, I know Polish people, they have a lot of brainwashed from Poland already. So I don't know about in your Cincinnati. I'm not sure how are they thinking about everything, but I don't know. It's a 50-50 or more. There is Polish people as a Democrat they voting, because that's what I hear. A lot of Polish people they voting Democrats because
Really? But not
yeah,
here.
exactly. So which I'm just that I'm shocked. I'm not shocked, because they've been washed brain for so many years by the TV, of course. I totally understand. A lot of people, they do not know how to use computer or any kind of different
Media.
stuff where can get on different news from.
Yeah.
So
No,
I listen.
especially older people, I mean, they are only
Exactly.
relying on
Yeah.
news,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
that's just a little sad. But actually, I've been really locking into meeting people here where I am. They
Okay.
are, I would say, 90%. 90%
Oh wow.
from, yeah, where I am here, they are from when I get to talk to them about those things,
Oh,
because that's
okay.
something you always bring up.
Yeah.
When I'm driving to an airport, let's say, I don't usually talk about those things, or when we're
Mm-hmm.
running some kind of other trips, but people sometimes express themselves, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And they
Yeah.
want to talk to you, and I don't always usually try to steer a conversation, but a lot of times, I would say 100% of times, except one time, everyone was on Trump's side. Everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they did, like I said, express or try to speak about politics, they're always in favor of Trump, and they are Republicans. I mean, no. Okay, go back. Not necessarily Republicans, because I
Yeah.
don't think a lot of Polish people understand the difference in between being Republican and a
A
Democrat.
Democrat. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they have enough information on what each party is all about. Some of the people are still kind of stuck in the Polish politics, and when you try to talk to them about what's going on here, they have no freaking clue. No clue
Yeah.
whatsoever. They're so stuck. But the people that have some kind of a saying about what's going on, every single one of them that I spoke with, they are on the Trump side, except one person who
okay, good.
really hated Trump. But it was just so funny because that was a person that came on a trip to Niagara Falls, and she came with one of my good friends, and my friend is Republican, and we understand each other, and that was her mother-in-law.
Oh,
And the conversation that was happening, like they almost killed each other in the car, like debating about Trump and freaking Biden, because it was at the time when Biden was in, And I just asked this woman that if she knows that Michelle is Michael. And she was like, "Oh my God, that's not possible." And I said, "No, it's actually Michael." "No, absolutely, that's bullshit." And I said, "You know what?" I said, "You should research a little bit about this, and maybe when you get it," I said, "you'll understand what I'm talking about." I said, "Just this one thing." I said, "Go online and just
find out.
Put it in Google." I said, "Put it in Google." I said, "If you put it in Google, you'll find something." Okay, it's so well known and everyone knows it, and celebrities even talk about it, that it's so easy to find, And she got upset with me, but I said, "I'm sorry. Like, what do you want from me? Like it is what it is, Like you can't make these things out,
It is not. It is what it is. People, what the hell are you gonna start learning from history? Ever or never? The history always comes back. Always. So freaking learn something. You have books, okay? You do not have to watch TV. Go back to history. Read the books, real books, okay? Because whatever is happening right now, it was before. It happened before. So this is nothing new. At least it is nothing new for me or Agnes. We've been there, we learned, we felt it on our skin. I know a lot of United States people, they do not understand what communism means, because you guys, you never feel it on your skin. So you will never understand, okay? Till the freaking shelves, they're not gonna be empty. And trust me, if you're not gonna have access to anything, first of all, food, I don't know what the hell are you guys gonna do, because I work with people, they don't know how to boil a freaking water. And when you're boiling water, you're using freaking microwave. How about if your freaking power is gonna off? What the hell are you gonna do? Have a garden, have your own garden, vegetables, fruits, if you have access, of course. Okay? Start to learning, grow things. So you have harvests, at least access to vegetables, fruits. Because if the shelf's gonna be empty, you're not gonna go to the store. You guys gonna go to the freaking neighbor, and you're not gonna knock. You're just gonna open the door and take somebody's life just because you're gonna have a family in your house, and you're gonna try to let them survive somehow. So, guys, history, learn. When you're gonna learn?
Yes, people here are extremely dependent. Everyone, like America, is so dependent on everyone else. It's just freaking crazy.
Exactly, and that's the freaking problem. That's the problem. Turn off your microwave or fridge for a whole week, and you will see what the hell is gonna happen. Don't watch TV for a whole week. Turn off your phone. Can you survive? without your phone one day? These days, hell no, right? So I don't know what you're thinking. Use your brain. Brain. So I don't know. I mean, there is cookbooks, there is the history books. Read it, learn. That's what I can tell. I mean, I know those things, and don't get me wrong. I'm not super old person. I mean, or old or yet too young person who somebody's like, oh, what the hell is she knows? Well, I do know. I'm old enough, and we've been there. My family's been there. Agnes' family's been there. We did not have access to anything. And the shelves was empty. Empty. I mean, thank God we did have, I grow up at least in a family when we have our own garden with vegetables, fruits. We know how to cook. And I can make from one vegetable, multiply things. Not only one.
I agree. Me personally, I really don't have any garden. I would love to have it, and
Me too.
I come from
Me too.
I come from the big
Yeah.
city in Poland, like only my family were the villagers. My grandmother was the last one who
Yeah.
just left the village and she came to the big city. And then, she was freaking amazing. The being in the village and having to survive
Yeah, exactly.
the World War II,
Mhm.
because she was 8 years old when World War II happened. And they were in the parts of Poland, which Poznan is very close to Germany. It's the closest
Yeah.
city
Yeah.
to Berlin. And so they had Germans in their houses, and they had
Yeah.
to house them, they had to feed them, they had to literally tend to them. They were throwing out people out of the houses when my grandma was 8. And
Yeah,
she
they've been
she
taking over
experienced that.
everything.
Yeah, and there was no stores that you could have just gone to and buy your shit and buy your toilet
Exactly.
paper. There was just no way, of getting anything while you're during the war.
Yeah.
And they were forced. My grandmother at 8 years old was forced to cook for a German army, okay, because they just came into their houses.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they were forcing
Yep.
them, and God knows what else has happened there. I haven't not really heard
Yeah.
any other stories, but really that, and it comes from a person who went through all of this. And so my grandma could
Yeah.
freaking make food out of nothing, like literally out of
So
nothing. She would.
let me add something. Aga, let me add something to your story. Okay, guys, you don't know, but I heard the story from my husband, and she told me when Germans came to the town, or Russians, girls usually they've been cutting their girls' hair very short, and they wanted to look as a boy because girls they've been stolen from the family. Okay.
Yeah.
They've been taking them from the house. So girls they've been shaving, and
Yeah.
just to save them, they have to look as a boy because otherwise, the girls was raped, killed.
Yeah.
Sometimes they've been not even found. Who knows what happened to those kids?
Yeah, they
girls.
just use them and kill them in the end.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
those things were happening. It was
Yeah.
really tough. And so
Yeah,
I
it was
will
really,
advocate
really tough.
for no wars. I don't care what's going on.
Yeah,
This has been
exactly.
traumatic.
No wars.
And I've heard the stories from my grandmother, and that was World War II. Okay, that was a huge
Yeah.
one. We're not talking about a couple countries trying to, I don't know, or being in a war where it doesn't really affect the rest of the world. Like this was a
Yeah,
huge one. Okay, this is why it's called, a World War II. So everyone was in it. And, you
Yeah.
honestly,
Oh, yeah.
when you're just living through this and you're trying to survive, I mean, just imagine how many innocent people died in this, and
Yeah.
I do have about two gravestones in the cemetery that I would always go with my grandma to. And, she had two sisters that died, but she just never wanted to tell me what happened, and she would always visit them. And she
Oh,
said
really?
that, she was the one who was caring for them because they also lost their mom extremely early. But also, my grandma did not explain what happened to her mom. So I don't really know because I know my grandma
Oh,
was very, very young when this happened. So I don't know if the war
no.
took them or if she was
Yeah.
extremely
Yeah.
sick and didn't make it because there was no healthcare available at that time.
Ah,
The things were really like they were extreme.
yeah.
And being in a
I mean,
situation,
there was a lot. Yeah, there was a lot of stories in a World War II.
yeah, but
Really,
referring
really horrible, stuff.
referring to the being dependent on the stores.
Exactly.
I mean, can you imagine if everything was gone from the stores right this second? What would happen to this country
Yeah.
if you had no food?
Or if you do not gonna have any toilet paper, oh my
Right.
God, what the hell are you gonna use, guys? Paper, just shred a freaking newspaper or any kind of magazine, okay?
My
But
mother, when she was a child, they used to use corn cobs.
Yeah, there you go.
wow. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, we're
Yep.
gonna have to go Muslim style, just wash it.
What? It could happen actually. So
I mean, like, who
that is
knows,
another
right?
idea. That is
I
another
mean,
idea.
we don't really have any magazines going on. Who buys a newspaper? Hi, Ed. How are you?
Hi, Ed. Hello.
So Ed is from Michigan, another kind of a swing state. They were Democratic. They swung Republican
Yeah.
during the last Trump's election. So we're all kind of similar here in politics that are being opposed on us here. Illinois and Michigan. So that's how we really connect on all these levels.
Yeah.
I had to come on and say hi to Donna.
Yes.
I don't
Hello. Good to
know.
see you, Ed. Long
Been a while.
time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have been going through a lot of these podcasts, they were in Biden times, trying to
Yeah.
express our frustration of what's going on. And now it feels like Connecticut is under the same oppression still, guys. It's just really funny. Sometimes I pick a fight here and there, with people in New Britain, because now, like I said, a lot is going on in New Britain. It's been crazy. And it feels like just the political field here, honestly. Like people are going nuts on Facebook. And I actually have posted something about new mayor, because the new mayor has actually cut significantly in education, the budget for an education, but he ran on all these promises, right? And then first thing that he got was like, oh, I'm cutting education. And he ran on, I'm going to build a school for you guys, and that's going to be no cost for taxpayers, And I just went in there and I told him, I said, yeah, he's going to freaking build a school, all right. I said, he's going to freaking close the school, all right, to make sure that he actually make this budget happen, because he cannot raise the taxes. If he's going to raise taxes, he's out. That's it. Done deal. Like this is how you get out the first freaking, term that you have. So, and then he also, like I said, managed himself to be already sued like for 6 months. Like, what are you doing? But those are Democrats for you, But it's funny, Ed. I was thinking if you were going to come on today, you have this representative. I think it's District 12 in Michigan, and her name is Rashida Talib. I think you may
Oh
know
wow.
who this is.
Jeez.
And it's so funny. I have no idea how this happened. How am I receiving emails from Rashida Talib, from Michigan? It's like beyond my understanding. But sometimes people troll me, and they sign my email up to like freaking crazy, like democratic shit. And they think like it affects me, but it really doesn't because it all goes to spam anyways. But actually, this one for some reason came through, and it was so funny because I read it, what she has to say. And the first thing that I see from this woman, it says, ban ICE warehouse detention. I was like, oh my God, you're one of these freaking weirdos, And she says, we have been loud and clear that the 12th congressional district does not want ICE in our communities. ICE and Border Patrol are murdering people in the streets, tearing families apart, abducting our neighbors, and locking them in cages. I'm like, what are you talking about, girl?
What?
Now they're locking them in cages. What are you talking about? So now the prison, that's a new name. It's a cage, right? So everyone who's a murderer, I guess it's in the cage. Now they are attempting to buy and convert warehouses across our country into prison camps to expand their operations, despite strong local opposition in communities like ours. So last week, I introduced the Ban Warehouse Detention Act to prohibit DHS from using warehouses for immigration detention as we continue to fight to abolish ICE and invest in our communities, not incarceration. So, to be exact, if you are illegal in this country, you already broke the law. Okay? If you overstayed your visa or came into this country illegally through Mexico, open borders, okay, and you cannot obtain your social security number, you broke the law.
Yeah.
Okay? So this
Simple.
administration has been extremely, extremely forgiving to people who wanted to get their status straightened up however they could. There was various sponsorships, you could get married, you could get sponsored for work, that was like years back. That has started changing a lot, and now it's completely different under this administration. But I just wanted to express my feelings about people who just decide to stay in this country for 20, 25 years without a possibility of any benefits. Honestly, without any social security number, it's really hard to make your life happen. And I understand there is a lot of people that are extremely hard working people, and I always will say that I am for an amnesty, but these people would have to prove that they worked and they paid taxes. And of course, taxes are various different ones that we can speak about when we are considering someone a good resident, let's say. I am not for people who are just coming here and milking the system, and are murderers. They're killing, raping, and they've been sponsored by the government. So there is a lot of people here, and there is a lot of illegal people in Connecticut who are an extremely hard workers, and they have not ever once used any government assistance. And those people we need those workers to be working all these jobs that Americans really don't want. That's how I believe. But how are you really divide them? How are you divide them, because they're all broke the law in the first place? The law was broken the minute you overstay the visa. The law is already broken. So how are we even able to, you know, to manage who we're gonna leave here and who we're not? But
Well,
I
Yeah.
believe
it,
there
it,
is a
it,
system.
all,
Yeah, go ahead.
it all comes down to the voter rolls. It always comes down to the voter rolls. If you get a bunch of people here and you get their names, then you can put them on the voter rolls, and then you can sway the election any way you want because it's all done electronically. It's that simple. Getting the people out is not getting the people off the voter rolls. So even if they're here, we got to make sure that they're not on the voter rolls.
Yes,
So,
yes, thank you. I agree. I agree
Yeah.
with you 100%. And it's just so funny that I came across the podcast today that is completely not even political. It's about financial stuff. You know, I keep watching this because, you know, I'm trying to make steps and moves where I can locate my money. And then, you know, I would like to maybe educate myself how. Okay, Selena has to go. Thank you so much for being here. You're a trooper. Thank you, and I'm sure I'm gonna see you on Friday.
You certainly are.
yeah,
Yes.
I
All right, have
want
a
Good
good
night.
night. Take
Bye.
care.
Good
to,
night.
before you leave, I want to say that I really enjoyed what you had to say at the beginning of the podcast.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
take, take care. Bye.
Nice to
Yes,
meet you. Bye.
Selena is amazing. She is willing. She is really doing an amazing job. You know, and without those people, we would never be really heard, and we would never be in the place that we are right now. And I am just reading. Listen, guys, I am just reading, and I try to research things, and every single newspaper and every single like article says that Republicans are fighting hard in Connecticut, that they are showing up. There's a lot of people that are running, and I'm upset because I invited a few other people that were supposed to come on here, and they are running. There was supposed to be a guy who is running against our attorney general, which is huge, a huge position, you know, to run for. You basically have a lot of say in what's going on. And I was really rooting for this guy to show up, but you know, something maybe came up. I'm gonna invite him again and see if I can introduce him to you guys. I also had another guy from New Britain that, you know, like I said, New Britain is freaking crazy right now. Like it's like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in Washington D.C. You know. And so I was like, dude, I see you, so you're so freaking passionate. And we met him at that No Kings rally in New Britain. You know, he had this freaking huge sign that he was holding. And he was supposed to come on too, but you know, sometimes things come up, whatever. I'm pretty sure I'm going to talk to them at some point, because they already said yes. But I just read today that our voting registration for Republicans is 6% higher, you know, than it
Oh
was
wow.
independent.
That's
Yes, 6%
nice.
is a lot. So that's like 30,000,
Yeah.
40,000, I think,
Something, right?
something like that.
Beautiful.
Like voters that are actually
Mhm.
showing the interest into actually voting. And I'm like, okay, they registered as Republicans, which is freaking great.
Yeah.
We're
Mhm.
kind of still in the deep shit in here, but we're fighting, and I believe we still have 6 months, you know. And if we work hard and we keep showing people and pushing those tax issues, you know, and pushing the
So we
budget.
do see changes, right? Can we say that?
Yes, people are coming through. People are coming through. People have enough. People are showing up because I don't know in Chicago because I'm not that informed.
Yeah.
What do you
I'm
guys have? What do you guys have for in your Congress? Do you have
oh
super majority as the freaking Democrats can pass whatever they want and no one is going to challenge them? Are all the seats basically
yeah,
taken by Democrats? I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
What's in Michigan, Ed? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you exactly what the numbers are. I could look it up on my
Oops.
phone real quick, but
Ed, your microphone.
We can't hear you that well.
Yeah, we can't really hear
You
you.
can't hear me?
Oh, that was better, I think. Maybe. Can you hear Moda?
Can you hear me?
No, I cannot hear him. Nothing.
Huh. Ed's got to put his set on. Yeah, well, I mean, I encourage you to look it up, to be honest with you. You know, what's going on in Congress in Chicago, what kind of representatives you have there, you know, because if I can encourage people, you know, to just come through and challenge Democrats in all these,
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
you know, deep blue states, I mean, at least you have a chance and at least you have a choice. We here in Connecticut have a problem of finding people who are going to run against Democrats. This is why we have majority in Congress that all the seats are Democrats. They're not even split half.
And the only thing what I think, I'm not sure for 100%, but I think Chicago, Illinois, the like representatives of like Republicans or Democrats, I think we have them by the county, not the state.
Not the
just by
cities,
the
like
county.
she mentioned in the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, but I have to dig in too. I mean, I'm working like crazy. That's the problem. But see, what time is it? And I'm going home. It's 10 p.m. in Chicago. It's like,
oh my gosh, that's crazy, girl.
Yeah. This is my hours of working, and I'm at work 8 o'clock in the morning. See, people, don't take the freaking money from the government. Work your ass, okay?
Yeah.
This is
Work your ass
how much
off.
hours we work in, from early morning to freaking. It's a freaking dark. It's 10 p.m. in Chicago, and I just came home from work. From Monday to Friday, sometimes I have to work on Saturdays, okay? I mean, the only time when I can rest is pretty much Sunday. But then I have to cook, I have to do laundry, I have to go shop and take care of the rest of the shit, which is bills and all other problems. So do I have time for any break? I feel like I have none. Probably after when I die, but
I know, I feel you in that, because now I'm back to working 2 jobs. I actually have 3 jobs now, honestly. I have, you know, the warehouse job that is 42 hours. I have my cleaning that you know, is basically happening every day. So I clean 2 houses probably a day, right? My warehouse is a night shift, which is extremely hard. This is the hardest thing that I have ever done in my life, working those 2 jobs that are extremely physical. And I have never really worked so hard before. But if you want something, you just have to go for it.
Yeah, that's
And
all.
what
There's
I
no
want
choice.
actually from the warehouse job is their insurance, because their insurance is really good, because it's a huge company. So they offer really good insurance. And I wanted it because I wanted to go through IVF. So, you know, that is extremely expensive in Connecticut. And well, you go either route, you know, you either gonna go and get hired somewhere, maybe for less money, but you'll get good benefits, you know, because this is not a good paying job. But the benefits are great. You know, they offer you 401k, they offer you really great insurance, they offer you maternity leave, you know, they're kind of like a union type of company, you know, so it's great. But physically, if it's freaking wiping me out like no tomorrow. Like I sleep every single minute of the free time I really have, and then you still see me running around doing the camera work, and that's exhausting. And on top of that, I still manage some stuff for the travel agency. Okay, I still on the phone calling people, calling hotels, getting the buses ready. You know, I do not drive anymore because there's just no time. You know, it's just no time. You know, but I still am on the phone a lot for them, and then I'm not going to abandon them, obviously. because I've been helping them for so long. So obviously I am completely wiped out with everything that I'm doing, which is obviously my fault. But unfortunately, you just have to work hard when you want something.
Yeah.
And when you are in the situation that you don't like, you are the one who have to change it.
Yeah.
And so now while I'm doing this podcast and I'm running around with the camera, I feel the need that I have to do something to change the situation that I'm in. Because I have complained. We're Polish people. We complain a lot, okay? That's just normal
Yeah.
for us. Right?
Yeah.
Anything's happening, always a complaint. Whatever. So you know me, this whole entire time, how much I complained I don't want to fucking be here in the state. How many times I have told you guys, oh my God, I wish I never been here. I wish I move. I want to go somewhere else. The state is freaking fucked up. Is this and that and the other thing. And now I finally have the opportunity to be able to take the matter in my own hands and try to change the situation that I'm in. Is it gonna work? Now that's another question, because I do live in a very deep blue state where we don't even have enough candidates to run Republicans, you know, and that's a big issue. And I see candidates popping like in here and there, and new people that just deciding to run, and they're just run to at least challenge the Democrats, you know, because you never know. Maybe people are just gonna look at the ballot and be like, well, I'm gonna freaking vote for Republicans this time because freaking state is ridiculous, and not even knowing the names, to be honest, but just because you're red, they're gonna give you the vote, you know. And I believe that
That's like we have hopes that people, they just open their eyes finally, or they're opening their eyes. I mean, what is going on? I mean, there's some people, they like, oh, I don't care. Some people's like, oh shit. I mean, I'm dealing with so many problems. I don't know how to what to put my hands first. So
Can you hear me
I
now?
really hope the people are just awaking, or they awake already. So I hope we're gonna change.
Can you hear
And
me
we're
now?
going to go for better. So that's all. Oh, okay, guys. Before I go, because I gotta go, I'm at home. What's the prices in your states and at the gas stations these days?
gas was $4.19 here. $4.19.
Okay, $4.99, the cheapest. The $6.25 for the best, the good one. Yeah, so yeah.
So
Welcome in Illinois, Chicago.
87 is $4.99.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's just nuts. It's crazy. I mean, I drive a lot. So
Yeah, me
I
too.
gotta put freaking gas like twice a week, sometimes, not every week, but so we feeling in our pockets. I mean, my husband, he works like crazy. I work like crazy, and he constantly complain, we're not making enough. We're not making enough.
Really? No, yeah.
I mean,
It's an expensive state, you guys. Your guys in an expensive state, just like I am. This is just it's been overwhelming how much you have to work to be able to afford things now.
Just
like they
survive.
destroyed this country. They destroyed it. The interest rates, the prices of the real estate. I mean, when you really think about it, when our parents or our grandparents were in our age or the age where they were planning on buying a house, the cost of the house itself was so much less. The cost of the healthcare was so much less. The cost of food was so much less than comparing to right now, what it is for these young people that have not been able to make the steps. Student loans were so much cheaper. They used to, when you ask for them to cover your class, let's say your class was $3,000, they just covered your class that was $3,000. And now people are allowed to take 20 grand for $3,000 class because, well, you know, I have to pay for the room to stay in. I have to pay for my food. I have to pay for that. The student loans here is fucking ridiculous what people are
Ridiculous.
doing with those. They just take the maximum they possibly take, and they don't think later on they're dependent on the government's freaking rates, and those are not cheap. Some of them
Yeah.
are freaking 8%, 8% APR. That's freaking crazy. That's a lot. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to take, instead of whatever your class is, why would you want to take more money thinking, oh, I'm just going to pay it off later, and not to worry
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
starting your life with debt? I think
Stop
student loans are
taking credits, people. Stop taking credits, because if you do not know, do not
loans. Yeah.
understand how credits works, do not take credits. Okay? Because where I see you guys, pretty much it's not just one state. People, the whole US is just you guys opening the credit cards, you go into the stores and you just slide. But you do understand there is bill it's gonna come to your mail, and you're gonna have paid for it. Okay? And
Yes,
that's
people
how
live above their
you build
means.
your credit, but don't cross the line, because that's what you're doing. You're crossing the line with those credits. That's
Spending
not how
ridiculous
this thing
money.
works.
Yeah, exactly. People in America are the worst consumers in the whole
Yeah,
entire
yeah,
world. The
exactly.
loans and the debt from the credit cards is freaking insane.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
Insane. Living above your means, which I have done myself as well, but that's not usually how my life always runs.
yeah,
Sometimes you have bills, or you are planning something in life that you may not be able to afford, but you know that you will be able to pay it off on a later date. So those
yeah.
things happen to me. Okay, I'll survive, I'll pay it off, I work my ass off, but I will
That's
never
it.
live my whole entire life having an
Yeah,
extreme credit card debt, because it's freaking stressing me out like
yeah,
like crazy. At any point, if you stopped working, and this is what we observed during COVID, was,
yeah,
well, I'm not gonna freaking lose my job. I'm gonna freaking get that shot because I can't stop paying my bills. Yeah,
yeah.
because you always live above your means. People have no savings, literally.
Exactly.
And people have no
Exactly.
savings. If you ever had to move anywhere, ever, for example, and you didn't own, your next deposit on the next place is going to be 5-6 grand. Most Americans in the middle class have not saved $6,000, or don't have $6,000 in their bank
Yeah.
accounts, and that's their own fault. And we should
Yep.
not support people like this, who don't know what they're doing. They're living above
Exactly.
their needs, and then later on they're going to want to get on social security, and they're going to want to have their freaking healthcare covered, but their whole entire life they were living foolishly, and they were just doing whatever they wanted, and they never thought of saving money for their retirement. And this is
Yeah.
who are we paying right now? The boomers
Exactly.
are the biggest generation right now that we're paying for, meaning with the social security, with the healthcare, okay? And now soon there's going to be two people working for one elderly.
Exactly.
So the social security is going to run out at some point, and people don't even freaking pay attention to this.
No, they
We
don't.
probably are not going to be able to get on social security. Okay, so we have to figure out your way into the retirement, and that this is a serious manner. This is not like, oh, I'm going to have government taking care of me. I mean,
Yeah.
why should we? If you never thought your whole entire life of saving for your retirement, putting money away in your 401k or your IRA, or making investments that are going to get you through, your retirement, why should government take care of you?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
because
I got.
because you
Sorry, I'm
want
gonna
to.
interrupt. I gotta run. Miss
Okay,
you.
go
It's something.
girl.
Yeah. Go. It's something I will join you next time if I can. So I
Of
will
course.
see you soon, guys. And yeah. So check the backgrounds, please. please.
Yes, check your
And
candidates.
before you
Research.
making decision, any decision in your life, think twice or even 5 times before you guys gonna do something stupid. So please learn. Alrighty, guys, I gotta
Thank
run.
you.
Night, good
Have a
night.
good one.
Ciao.
Have a good one. So I am here by myself. If anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome to click the link. I wanted to say hi to Kendra, my girl from Tennessee. Welcome in our stream. I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you're doing good. We miss you here. What I wanted to tell you guys is that Connecticut is changing. And are we still blue? I wouldn't really necessarily say that we're still blue. I think we are definitely changing our tune. And oh, hey, Ed, you got lost for a second there.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, no problem. So I think that was just Donna's problem, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I found a way to turn up my volume. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just kind of trying to bring what's going on in Connecticut right now. We have one candidate scandal that has happened here in Connecticut, and it was a Republican candidate in Columbia, Connecticut, that had to drop out immediately after filing, which is kind of upsetting. When an old arrest involving swastika graffiti resurfaced, you know, and I read an article, and I think it's kind of upsetting that if your record was, what do you call that, expelled, I guess?
Expunged.
Expunged, yes, hello. English. Yes. So, you know, when they just kind of erased it, let's say it, you know, it got erased. I mean, someone has decided it was not really that important for everyone else to be finding out some things about you. You can be forgiven by the state. And so with this guy here, when I read an article, it was that he was kind of crushed, you know. I mean, these things have happened when he was young and stupid, and we're all young and stupid at some point.
But aren't all politicians crooks?
Are all the politicians crooks? Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, what?
I mean,
they're all crooks. So why are you disqualified?
Yeah.
So actually, I don't think that that disqualifies a person. I believe that a person could actually run for office from jail. I don't think jail in the United States is disqualifying for elected office.
Huh. Well, if you have a felony on your record, I think it would, no?
I believe you can even run for sheriff if you're in prison.
Really?
Yeah. Now, don't quote me on this, but I believe that's the case in the United States. Because there's no such thing as a political prisoner. Okay, I believe you can run even if you're a felon.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
Certain things.
I have to research this. I find it a little bit odd, I guess. But then on the other hand,
well, winning is another story. I mean, if you got a record and it's out there, there's a good chance that maybe you don't have a chance of winning, and all of your sponsorship that you have, all the people supporting you, you know, the money could just go away, and all of a sudden you're just not going to have a chance anyways, because you have to have name recognition and people have to vote for you. And if you got a record the way things are nowadays, all you have to do is make an allegation. That happened in Arizona with Sheriff Nanos. You might have been following that case a little bit. Is just before the election, when he was running for sheriff, he put out some dirty information on his opponent, and also his opponent was in the sheriff's department and he made sure that she was being charged for something that she didn't do, and it came out she didn't do it. But basically, what happened is he won about 400 votes, and that was just dirty pools. What that was, and now he's under big trouble because of the Nancy Guthrie cases. All this stuff come out, but that's the kind of stuff that happens. You always heard of the October surprise with the presidential election, where right around October, all of a sudden there's dirty news on somebody that you're running against. That's what they do, is to sway public opinion. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the things that's happened is people aren't really being voted in by the public anymore. They're being voted in by dirty politics as far as the vote itself is concerned. So, but they have to have something to back up or justify the way the vote count ends up. So if somebody wins, they can say, well, the other person wasn't very good, or they had dirt on them or something like that, and that's why they lost. But it could be that they lost because the way the vote is being counted. It has nothing to do with the dirt. So that just to cover their bases, make it look good for when they cheat.
Yeah. There's been a lot of cheating. It's funny. I mentioned this podcast that I was actually watching today. It was about the financial, and the lady came on the podcast, and it was the title was something about MAGA being in debt, whatever, something like that. And I listened to it, and first like 30 minutes, she was talking about how she was working the polls in Florida. And she said that there was so much fraud going on there. And she described that she saw people that came on to vote, their birthday was all January 1st on like a particular year. And there was like 30 people that showed up with the same birthday, and that their address would trace to a storage facility, She also said that a 17-year-old came in. That was all in Florida, believe it or not. So they were trying to flip Florida, okay, where Florida is deep red, or was deep red, because it did kind of swing a little bit this time around, but still stayed red. But she said a 17-year-old came in, and she noticed on her I guess on her driving license or whatever that she was 17, and she said, you can't vote. You're not 18 at least. So she said that they told this girl to go to another counter, and they handed her a ballot to vote. And then they disqualified this lady from this whole entire poll watcher role and stuff, because she was rejecting too many people that couldn't go in and vote. She said there was fraud going on left and right, and I reported this, I alarmed it, but no one would pay attention to this, And I was like, holy shit, this guy actually on this podcast decided to release this, which the guy that is doing the podcast, this is all about financial stuff, And she was referring to the elections and stuff, how her life got a little bit messed up because she was first a liberal in Massachusetts, and then she became a Republican and went to Florida, and then she bought a house, yada, 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 And so she was just telling her story, and this is how this all came out. It was never meant to be about politics or any of this. And I'm listening to this, and I'm just like, this is the proof. People seen this. There's proof that the fraud happened. And if someone has no problem and openly talk about it, I mean, can we assume that they're lying? Of course, yeah, we can. But we also know there's enough proof for the election that we have in 2020, right? There's enough proof. We have proof. It's just that unfortunately, everything is so crooked and corrupted that they don't ever admit it happened. You know, but
Well, that's
I'm listening. I just gotta give my cat an insulin.
yeah,
Okay.
that's right. Well, the thing is, that's why I keep bringing up the voter rolls, is because that's how this is all corrected. If you clean up the voter rolls in every state and you make it paper ballots with citizenship proof, then it makes it more difficult. I'm not saying that all voting is going to be clean and pristine and legal and fraudulent free. I'm not saying that. That's probably never going to happen. But if you get rid of
All that we were denied to get the voting rolls here in Connecticut. Some
well,
of the towns
yeah,
decided not to hand them over.
right, that's a problem that you have to deal with in your state because
Yeah.
you know there's people that do that kind of stuff, but it sounds to me like Connecticut is kind of a, I'm not saying I'm going to say a lost cause, but it's probably way down the list of the most important states that people are going to want to deal with because
Yeah.
Connecticut is not a swing state.
No.
If you had a larger population and you were a swing state, then you would get more people focusing on Connecticut. I literally know absolutely nothing about Connecticut politics. I was listening to the guys earlier and the gal, and there's no reason for me to come on because I knew nothing of what was going on. Absolutely nothing. I could not even contribute to the conversation whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you only come on to really help me out with the conversation and taking over and stuff like that. But as you know, I'm learning all of this really right now. All this stuff that is coming out. Like I have never had an idea what was really going on around here. And now it's just like, wait, well, hold on a second. This is really that way? Like I did this one stream with this lady about the voting machines, you know, back before the mayoral election that we had. And I exposed all the fraud that we have in Connecticut with the people that has already been charged and sentenced. So, you know, it has happened. And so there is this one city, which is Bridgeport, that the fraud just happens every single election, and it's uncovered every single election, and people are actually charged. And they one time had to run the whole entire election again because they found so much stuff that was incorrect, and there were so many mistakes and so much just going on that they needed to give the candidates another run. You know, I mean, the auto candidate still lost, but when you really think about it, who is going to even know there's another election? Like it's impossible.
Do you have the precinct strategy in Connecticut? People that are dealing with, I'm sure you've heard of this precinct strategy, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well, you might want to check into that. That was started after the 2020 race, and it picked up a lot of steam, and a lot of states are using that to try to clean up the voter rolls and to get people voting at the precinct level and make sure that all runs smoothly. I don't know what Connecticut's like. I remember it was described one time as Connecticut is nothing more than land where they put a highway to get from one state to another.
Yes, and between Boston and New York.
So, you know, I know so little about Connecticut, but I do remember listening earlier tonight, and somebody, it might have been you, said that that Connecticut has a lot of business that has a lot of money, and you're one of the wealthiest states in the United States per area or something like population, whatever. Is that true?
I'm sorry, I have focused on reading about precinct.
Oh, you're not going to make me say that all over again.
Yeah.
Is your state like one of the wealthiest states in the United States per capita?
Mhm.
It is?
Yes, I think so. I think so. I have never really checked exactly, but
Well, you're probably not going to get people that are making money hand over fist to vote out the people that are allowing them to do that. So if you have a lot of extremely wealthy people, chances are they're wealthy because the system that they're in is working for them, which means that the politicians are making it so that they can stay wealthy, and they're just not going to vote that out. So,
I think that's not this problem. I think we don't have that problem. I think the problem that we have are people who are dependent on government and they're going to vote that way. And this is where the most votes are coming in because the cities that are the poorest are the ones that are the heaviest voting blue. So that means they are on food stamps, they are on Section 8, where government is paying for your housing, government is paying for your daycare, government is paying for your gas, they're paying for electricity,
is this
paying for your.
is, is this a generational thing where the families have always been on assistance, so
Oh,
that
yeah.
children then grow up knowing that okay, what you have to do at a certain age is go down and apply for this aid package and that aid package, and that becomes a lifestyle. Is that what?
Yes, it's a lifestyle in Connecticut. It's a definite lifestyle because you can get work here. Okay, Connecticut has never been a state where you were so extremely poor and you couldn't find a job. The jobs are out there, even though that this state is not very friendly, like business friendly. It used to was when it was a Republican state, and the machine shops we are very well known from machine shops. The We have the boats that are being made here. We have the airplane parts being made here. So there is a lot of industry and always was, even though people are leaving the state now because it really becomes too much in energy, especially. The energy cost is one of the biggest for the companies like this. I mean, just imagine how much money they gotta freaking spend in electricity to be running all
So,
this equipment.
so are you going to stay there until you're the one who has to turn out the lights?
Ed, so I made an amends with myself. And I am going to work as a dog to get out of the debt that I have from what I was doing last year. Um, and those are some whatever medical stuff and all that. I wanted to try again, and I owe myself this chance. So this is why I started my second job, because I already explained the insurance, this and that, and the other thing. Even though things are still going to cost a lot with insurance, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a lot easier.
It's a numbers game. So
Yes, exactly.
as long as you are making this much and you're paying this much, eventually whatever debt you have will be gone.
Yes,
And of course, more you can earn, the wider the gap, and the sooner
yes.
the debt goes away. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
it's
So
simple numbers. That's all.
it should take me no more really than a year to pay off everything that I have
That's not
going
bad.
on.
That's not bad.
No, that's not better. No, I would not really put myself in this situation when I'm going to have to work 10 years, 2 jobs. And then when I do that, I will work another year to get a hefty down payment. And if this state is not okay, if it flips red, I will probably stay and keep investing here. If it's not going to flip red, which is questionable, of course, depending on how people are feeling right now, you don't really know exactly. We're feeling that Democrats are on a very shaky ground, and we're seeing that they're scared with the moves that they are making currently. And a lot of people is expressing, like, you know, it was with Trump. They try to destroy him so freaking bad. But everyone had enough of Biden's politics and Democrats, and they were like, no, no, no. This is going to be too big to rig. Everyone just got on the same page, and they made sure that they freaking voted Democrats out. You know, and I'm hoping in Connecticut something similar will happen. And I think some of the Democrats, after Charlie Kirk died, has actually switched into being Republicans, but they not necessarily just switched their affiliation, you know. But if they're gonna go to the poll, they will vote red. Obviously, you can do that if you didn't know. So this is my plan, and I think for me, it's gonna be an exit time because I cannot continue wasting my life into working two jobs and paying the taxes that don't benefit me at all.
Mhm.
In any way, shape, or form. I'm the one who pays for education in this town. I don't even use the school system, okay? And now we have the mayor who completely does not know what the fuck he's doing. You know, everyone is upset because he just cut the education fund significantly. You know, and I'm just hoping in 2 years that they're gonna just vote him out, and he's just gonna kill himself on all the stuff that he's doing. If not, I definitely cannot live in this town being democratic. There's the only way that I was here for so long. It was because this city was Republican, and it was Republican for 12 years. We had great policies. We had a great mayor that has done a lot for this city. Of course, no one is perfect. Some of the things you're gonna like, some of the things you're not gonna like, you know. But I mean, the city transformed. The schools got, some of the schools, not all of them, got renovated. You know, she got grants. She got, you know, some loans through bonds and stuff like that. And so she was able to really do a lot. Some people still don't like it, but you know, you're not going to be able to please everybody. When I'm looking at the city, I see gigantic changes, gigantic changes. And she is the only one, I think, in the state of Connecticut who has changed the mill rate. And I don't know if you guys in Michigan have something like mill rate in every town where your taxes.
Yeah, we have what's called millage.
Okay, yes, similar. So that based on that number, your taxes are determined. So your personal property taxes are determined. And New Britain was on extremely high end, one of the highest in the whole entire Connecticut. Only Hartford, which is the capital of Connecticut, which is very bad city. You know, it's a capital of insurance, but is run by a Democrat, and it's a problem because that city, it doesn't really improve. It has a lot of deficits, extreme crime, and it has a high mill rate because it really, for some reason, they cannot manage all these companies, you know, in Hartford to pay the taxes. So the mill rate for the residents is lower, which is crazy because normally mill rate is determined a lot by the companies that are paying taxes into the town. Unfortunately, Hartford is not the greatest. New Britain has never been so low in mill rate until this lady decided to cut it basically almost in half, which was no, maybe not. No, I lied. It's not half. It was 50, then it was 49, and then now it's 39. So 39 is close to a pretty good other cities, you know. And this is, I think, why the new mayor that has not had a clue how everything was ran had a huge problem because he is not, you know, skilled into getting all the grants. He's not skilled into getting all the funding from the state. She's been doing that for 12 years, so she knows what she has to do to be able to get, you know, the money for the city. And so it's just been a huge problem where some of the supplies are going to get cut from the kids, and some of the special education is going to get caught because we're missing $18 million that we're supposed to have for the education. And there's no way that 40,000 people in Connecticut and New Britain can afford $18 million for the education. You know, like that's crazy. I mean, the amount that they're spending for these schools and transportation facilities and teachers' salary and staff salaries, I mean, it's extreme. It's over a half of the budget.
Yeah, I just looked up Kalamazoo. And
Uh-huh.
if I'm reading this right, which I may not be because I don't pay millage because, well, indirectly I do because I pay rent.
Yeah, you do pay rent, so you still are funding, you know, the your
Looks like-
landlord or whoever.
We're at, I'm probably not looking at this right, but it looks like it's, oh, heck, I don't know. I'm probably not looking at this right.
I mean, the numbers that you will have may be different from the numbers that we have. So there is a special
it's a
way.
percent that you have to pay for, I mean, your property is evaluated and you pay a percent of that to the local government for your property taxes. That's what the millage is for, right?
Yes, correct. And we also have the car tax. So
Yeah.
if you own a car, you have to pay taxes on owning a car.
It
And
says
you have, Mhm.
millage rates, but it's broken down into a bunch of different categories. But it looks like the total is 35. So that'd be 0.35, 0.035 or something like that.
Mhm.
So
I don't know if that's a lot or not. I would have to check.
well, you
Let's,
said yours is 39, right?
yes,
So
39.
it's not that much different.
Yeah.
About the same.
Right. Well, now, before we were a lot higher, you know. So, but you have to make sure that you understand how to run a budget to be able to cut mill rate that much. If it wasn't cut, our taxes would still go up. But then I believe that it's a scam to tax me on a house that the government imaginary decided that is worth some kind of money. How are you assessing the worth and how am I responsible for the money that I never see? I never got, I never am gonna get. Like how
Well,
I'm gonna live to this house to the rest of my life.
that's
I
supposed to,
never gained this money, this worth that you're claiming my house has.
the millage is supposed to pay for sidewalks, curbs, pavements, drain pipes in there, you know, for water runoff, that kind of stuff. The millage is supposed to maintain your infrastructure and also pay for your local government wages and so forth. So, you know, there's a lot of government's things that you take advantage of that are paid with your millage money or your property taxes. I'm not going to say millage. I'll just say property taxes.
Property taxes, yeah.
So that is to pay for all of the. It's kind of like an HOA in a sense.
Yes.
Because you live in a community and you have to pay so much in, and then they set rules and conditions and offer certain. Sometimes you know the HOA will cover the sanitation, you know, waste management, mowing of lawns, that kind of stuff. It's the same thing except it's on a citywide basis. If you live in a city, then you have to pay property taxes for the area in which you live in to cover all of the things that you get for living in that area. Now, all of that was voted in by the voters at some point and was never removed. So if you can get people to vote that stuff out, it'll be gone. But that's not going to
Right.
happen.
It just has to be put on a ballot. How
Yeah,
are you getting
never
these
happen.
things put on the ballot?
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what else I find unfair? the fact that the whole entire state of Connecticut does not have the same mill rate.
Well, no, because they're
Perhaps
yeah, but that the millage, your property taxes are
Yeah.
for your area. They're not for the state. The state charges their own taxes for state functions. You're paying for your city functions, whatever they might be. So your property
understand.
taxes are for
It's
state.
just
Property
that-
taxes are not for state. They're for your community.
Well, I understand. It's just that this is based on the value of your home.
Right.
Is determining the value of my home is another question that I have. And I
Well-
cannot challenge it, unfortunately, because even if you're gonna try, they're just not gonna even
Well, you probably won't
they're
win.
not gonna honor it. You know, if I say my house is whatever, all my land or whatever is worth 100,000 instead of 200, no one's gonna listen to me. But why every town and city has some kind of a different type of property taxes?
Location.
I get that, but this should not be determined by the location. I believe
It is.
if people are getting taxed, they are supposed to get taxed the same way wherever they are.
No. We don't want socialism, and that's what you're talking about. You're talking about everybody pays the same everywhere. That's socialism. We want to break things down into areas so that if we don't like it, we can move. We can vote with our feet.
But you can move no matter what.
Yeah,
Like,
but
it doesn't have to be dependent on the worth of your
Yeah,
freaking property.
if everybody paid the same, there would be no incentive to keep it down. They just raise it, and there's nothing to do about it because everybody pays the same. That's socialism. We don't want that. We don't want communism in the United States. Don't bring it here.
That's not communism.
Yes,
It's not
it is.
really, it's
It's
not all
common-
about that. It's
it's
just
common-
about limiting how
No,
much
It's
government can
communism.
expect you to pay.
Whenever you take something and you make it statewide, you're making it common for everybody. In other words, communism. That's what it is. We don't want that.
That's not communism is all about.
No, we want our property taxes, if we're going to pay them,
No, first of all, we don't want property taxes
Right.
at all. Let's start
Right.
with that.
right? But then you don't
Okay.
get any services.
It should never be ever.
Well, you don't get any
on
services.
property. No, like
No
you
property
should own.
taxes means you get no streets, no curbs, no sidewalks, no drainage for the water runoff. None of that stuff. It all goes away if you get rid of property taxes.
That's fine. I can fund this through the income. So everyone pays into the services and not just the homeowners.
If
I
that's
There's
what everybody
extremely
decides, then that's
fair.
what you do.
Huh?
If that's what okay, so you live on a street. If everybody in your street says, yes, we will do that, fine. Then you don't have property taxes. You voted out.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, you guys are in the system and it's maybe hard for you to see. Okay? But I should not be ran
hard
up
for
from
you to
my
see.
house.
Maybe it's
Because
hard
I
for you to see
don't have-
because you haven't been in the system.
No, okay. I don't agree with property taxes just
Okay.
simply because I do not wish for the government to come into my house and take it from me because I didn't pay them the dues. And I should not be the one burdened to fund all the services for everyone in the town. Because
Well,
everyone uses them,
you're
I'm the
sharing-
one paying for them.
You're not paying for it all yourself. You do use
Okay.
the roads, right?
So 40,000 people.
Do
in
you
New
use the roads?
Yes,
Okay.
but so is everyone else.
Right, and you're all paying.
No, they're all not paying. That's the problem.
Okay.
Only
well,
homeowners are paying. That's it. No one else is paying.
people that are renting are paying because the
It
people
doesn't
that own it,
matter. If you have
Even
a
the
single
people-
family house, you can't say I have renters and they're paying.
they are paying.
There's 40,000 people that own houses in New Britain. There's
Right.
75,000 people who live in this town.
And they're paying.
40,000 people fund everybody here.
No. Nope.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I live in an apartment, all right? and I pay property taxes because that's included in my rent. Just like you do, you include the price for your rent to cover your property taxes. Otherwise, you're going to lose money. So those people inadvertently are paying property taxes. There's no way out of it. Now, if you don't want to pay property taxes and nobody wants to pay it, you don't get any services from the government, that's fine. You pay for it yourself. But everybody's got to agree with it. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
So what about single family houses?
What about it?
So those are the people who have to, okay, so they don't have tenants, obviously.
No, they pay.
They are the ones who have to come up with the tax from their own pocket and their hard work.
Right.
And so if I just said we have 40,000 people that own in New Britain.
Right.
How many of these 40,000 owners have tenants? Half?
That doesn't matter. What I'm saying is the tenant.
20,000 people that fund the whole entire city. That's not fair.
If somebody's paying rent, they're paying property taxes.
Okay, that's 20,000, and 20,000 is just the single family homes. So why are we putting the burden of funding the city and all the services and all the education on people who own houses? It's not fair.
Well, who
it's
else?
Not fair for everyone being doing this and sponsoring people who on their ass doing nothing.
Who's going to pay for those services?
We have to find another way to raise the money so everyone contributes the same way into the services.
Okay, go ahead and do it. But what I'm saying is,
I'm advocating for that. I believe that my house should not be taxed. And you know what? If it wasn't,
you're going to
I would be saving $8,000 a year. My tenants would be paying a lot less.
Okay, so you're saying get rid of all the services, period, gone, everything gone.
No, I say get rid of the property taxes, and I say find another way
now, how
so
do you,
every single resident of this town can pay into the.
You say find another way. Give me an example of another way.
Okay. Let's ask every single person in the town, 75,000 people, to contribute every single week $50 towards the services.
In other words, you want to add another tax.
I don't care. At least it's not just on the freaking property owners.
What's the difference?
The difference is that your rent is going to be lower, for example, because you don't have to cover
it's
in taxes.
The same amount of money is needed for the services, right?
Correct, but it's on everybody, not just certain group.
It is. It's already on everybody.
No.
Yes.
No, it isn't.
If you own the place, you pay property taxes. If you're renting, you're paying the property taxes through your rent. So everybody that is living within a dwelling, everybody who's paying rent and everybody that's paying mortgage, they're all paying property taxes. Every single one of them.
Okay, and if we eliminated all the property taxes, because Florida now does not have income tax, and now they want to eliminate the property tax. Because they believe if you own something, you don't have to pay taxes on it every single year. If you buy a TV, you don't freaking pay taxes on it every single year. Okay, so what is another way for every single resident of this town to contribute to the services that they're using?
That's what I asked you, because I don't see another way.
I said have every single person contribute.
You're not saving money.
An amount of money.
You're adding a new tax. You're getting rid of one tax, property tax. And
correct, but you said not.
That way they can't. If you don't pay your taxes, they can't take your property because you don't have property tax. Because your property tax says they can take your property if you don't pay taxes. But if you don't pay that new tax, what is the penalty for not paying a new tax?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Maybe they'll throw you in jail.
Not like I'm running the government. I just don't agree with the
policy. You're suggesting ideas for the government.
Right.
And I'm just explaining the difference.
Have everyone obligated to work, okay? And then deduct some amount of money that will cover.
I'm against income tax. Why should you be taxed for working? Explain that.
Not taxed for working, but
so
unfortunately.
there shouldn't be any taxes whatsoever.
Well, yeah, okay, but then we're not gonna get the public. We're not gonna get any
Correct.
military. We're not gonna get a lot of. We're not gonna get
Well,
police.
the,
Okay,
the
I have no
military can,
problem. I have no problem in funding the police. I have no problem in funding the education. I just don't like it how it's executed, and it's
tariff,
put on me as a homeowner.
tariff
Okay.
are supposed to are
Okay, we're not there yet, and we're probably not going to be there in 5 years. So that's not a
oh,
solution.
we might
Let's say. Well, I would hope so. I just don't find it fair that is the certain group of people is targeted to fund the whole entire city.
but that's it. They're not. They're not.
Well,
If-
we're not gonna. We can agree to disagree.
well,
I
you pay it one way
I
or the
don't
other.
think, again, I don't, you don't own, so maybe you think differently. I own and I think differently. I don't wish for the government to come after me because I didn't have the money to pay taxes.
I pay property
I don't
taxes.
want them, and they're not going to even hesitate. They're going to take the house and they don't give a fuck. That
Right.
should not ever happen, that the government comes after you, takes something from you, takes whole entire work. You work for 30 years to pay off this house. But then you got sick and you couldn't fucking pay taxes because
Right.
the government has to have the education
Right.
because they cannot come up with a fucking solution how to freaking fund them. I
Right.
have to lose the house. Now that's a ridiculous ad. Come on. It's ridiculous. The government should not ever to be able to take my house away from me if it's paid off. Ever. I'm supposed to own it and have it to the rest of my life, and I'm supposed to be able to live here and not have to worry that I have to fund police, education, I have to fund fire trucks, I have to fund freaking people that don't want to work and they want to freaking have insurance. I have not have to be burdened and lose my house.
Tax-
because
your
something
property
went wrong to
taxes-
me.
Your property taxes are not paying for those other issues. They are
Yes,
paying.
Ooh,
No,
yes.
you
Oh
pay.
my
Wait a minute. You pay city taxes, right? When you work, don't you pay
Yeah.
money out of your
When I
paycheck?
work, I pay income tax.
Right. That's what pays for those other services. That's what pays for the welfare. Your
Yeah,
property
I should
taxes don't
have
pay
done
for
that either.
welfare. Well, it all goes into one fund anyways, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? They
I
just,
do not
they have,
agree.
they
Again,
have 60 different
40,000
ways.
people is funding the whole entire town.
They have so many different ways of taxing you that you need to put somebody in a position. If you want to change it so you don't pay property taxes, there's nothing stopping you from trying to do that. Nothing. This is the United States. If you want to log on, you can have it gone. But you got to get enough people to vote for that to be gone. And what are your chances of that happening?
I don't know. I didn't really think about it because I'm alone, as I can
Right.
see in my thoughts about what's right and what's wrong.
Well, you can get something put on the ballot.
Yeah,
It
how?
doesn't work. Well, I don't know. But
Yeah,
do
me neither.
But you're as a citizen of the United States, a citizen of Connecticut, a citizen of your hometown, you can find a way to get something on the ballot. But you're gonna have to figure out how to do that and who to go to do it. But if you don't want property taxes, you can get that on the ballot if you work hard. Well, run for office and then you can put it on ballot yourself.
Yes, I was already told I should. But if we have 70,000 people,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and they will contribute $100 times 52 weeks, that's $364 million. So I do not know what the budget in New Britain is, but I'm pretty sure we can figure out the way where
Yeah, but if somebody's
everyone,
working
so hear me out.
$15 an hour, $50 a week, that's a lot of taxes. That's a huge.
No, 52 weeks. Okay.
Yeah,
So
$50 a week?
I said 100.
$100 a week.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's a serious tax. That is a big, big, big tax. There's
Okay,
no way in hell
but-
people making $15 an hour is going to be able to do that. They can't. They don't make
But
that money.
hold on.
taking
All
their
right.
entire food
I
budget
pay
and throwing it
$8,000, right? I pay $8,000.
Well, you
So,
do, but what about other people who only make $15
okay.
an hour? They have
All
to
right.
pay for their
But
rent.
they
They
still
pay for
have
their
to,
car,
they still
have
have
buy
to rent,
food,
correct?
go clothes
So
their
they
kids.
gotta rent or not?
Things, and you want to charge them $100 a week? Are you insane?
They still have to rent, correct?
You're gonna make them pay $100 a week? That's
Yeah.
$400 a month. It's $420 a month.
They still have to rent their apartments, correct?
So you take $420 off the rent.
All right. I pay $8,000 in
You're gonna
tax.
Are you going to
All
take
right.
$420 off the rent?
Divided by 12, that's $700. That's $350 per apartment off the rent.
How much?
$350 off.
Okay, so they're going to have to pay 420, and you're going to take 370 off.
Yeah.
So they're actually going to have to pay more than they were.
And that's okay. Listen,
Oh, it is.
someone's got to contribute.
You're a landlord. You're trying to cheat your tenants. Is that what you're trying to do?
I am not
You're
trying
becoming
to
a
cheat the
slumlord?
tenants.
Come on.
I am just saying that we can save on property taxes. When
Yeah,
we
and
figure
it's going
out
to benefit you,
how-
but it's going to hurt your tenants.
No, it's not hurting the tenants. And
Yeah,
I just give you an
so
example
you're
because
making
I do not
making
know
them
how
pay
much the
for
budget is in New Britain.
So it's going to cost them $50 more per month, and you're saying you're not hurting your tenants.
Listen, there's got to be people, and all of them, who contribute to the same thing
They already are.
way, because they're all using it the same way.
You should take off, if you want them to pay 420, you should reduce their rent by 420.
I'm just going to reduce whatever I'm paying in taxes. And
Well, that's fine.
I would let the freaking city figure it out what they're gonna do to find another revenue. There's also other ways of finding a revenue except from the taxes from people.
Why don't you cut back on what they're spending money on, which will cut back on the taxes, and then you can get rid of your property taxes and have them fund everything through city taxes. If that's what you're asking for, is you want everything funded through city taxes and nothing on property taxes. That's what you
I'm
want.
gonna find out what New Britain budget is because I just gave you an example. I didn't say this was gonna be 100% set in, but this is my idea of every single person contributing to the same services except of just a singular group of people who are burdened with the taxes because they have to fund the entire city.
Let me ask you what your real problem is with this is. If I understand this correctly, your problem is that if you don't pay your property taxes, they can take your home or your property, your land, whatever. And that's where your problem is. Right?
There should not be property taxes because I should not be taxed on the value of the house on the money that I don't ever am going to see, or I don't have it in my bank account. There is an imaginary value that's been put on my house that I have no clue about, and I have to pay taxes every single year or every 5 years. They decided that my house is worth this or that, and I don't agree with this. If I was going to pay taxes, if I paid for my house $245,000, that's the tax I paid, and that's it. I should not be burdened with any other taxes. Real estate should be free from any kind of taxes.
So
because
you want to go away from the flexible tax rate that is property tax, which is flexible due to what they can deem the value of your property is, not necessarily what you could actually sell it for, but what they believe it is, so that they can arbitrarily get more money from you just by saying that your property is worth more money. That's what you just said.
And it's going to be worth more in 5 years. And I'm going to be the one who's going to have to flip this bill. So from 2022 to 2024, it went doubled because that's what the government decided they wanted. I should not have to be doing their imaginary values on the houses they all of a sudden just came up with.
Yeah, I can
and
go.
Every single year, they're taxing me on the money that I don't have.
Right. Well, I understand.
How is this fair to you?
I understand what you're saying. It's just
This is
that,
not fair.
well, I don't see where having a government official to arbitrarily tell you that you have to pay more taxes because they've deemed your property more valuable than it possibly is unfair. Yes, but it's not any more unfair for you than it is anybody else, because anybody who rents is going to have their rent increased if property value goes up, because the person who owns the property is going to charge more to cover that amount.
And that's fine, because they still have to maintain the building. There's still other money that it needs to go on to provide the housing. It's not that easy.
I don't
Okay?
agree with that.
But if we eliminated the tax from the properties,
Right.
your rent significantly is going to go down. Significantly. So now propose another way of finding the money that will fund the city, and where every single person that uses the services, obviously, you use police, you use the hospitals, you use the universities, you use the schools, okay? So why is not everyone supposed to contribute to those services?
Well, the hospitals.
In the city.
Wait a minute. Every time I use the hospitals, I believe they bill me and I pay for the services that I get. So maybe.
Okay, but the hospitals are funded by your taxes.
Well, no,
right?
no.
The hospital in New Britain is literally dependent on.
You don't live in Michigan. It's different here. When I go to the hospital, I pay. Now, there are some people that don't, but I ended up having to pay for them.
Okay, but the whole entire facility, you think it's funded by what you pay when you go to the doctor?
Say what?
I said the whole entire facility, the hospital, it's funded by your bill, what you pay when you go to the doctor?
Not just mine. A lot of people use the hospital.
Yeah, this is something that is funded by the city that you live in. That's a public.
Not here.
So hospitals are private where you live.
Well, no, they're not. Well, I don't know if the one I'm.
I think there's need to be a lot more research done if we want to have this conversation.
I actually worked for that company, so no, it's private, but it's also part of a network. In Michigan, we have a network of hospitals that all belong to a particular, network, for lack of better words. And they get their funds through, I just went to the doctor recently and I got a bunch of scans, yearly thing, no big deal. But the bill came to, if I remember correctly,
from the state. Is the state covers that?
Huh? $8,000?
Hospitals. That's everything funded by the states.
Not the hospitals. Maybe in Connecticut.
Yes.
No. Nope.
Okay, government programs and institutional support is what happens. It's literally hospitals in New Britain. They're not funded just in one source. They run on a mix of payments, government programs, and institutional support. So, I mean, the hospitals are the state. The state hires.
Where you live, but you probably got all that Obamacare and all that other stuff too. We don't have all that stuff. Where I go to the hospital, we don't have that stuff. Not all hospitals are the same. You go to different states, they have different rules, different setups, different businesses.
Okay, but you have like an insurance that is funded by the state. But most of the people that are already on Social Security, they have either Medicare or Medicaid.
I pay for my insurance. It's Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
Okay, but so a lot of people do have the Medicaid, which is the Husky, let's say in Connecticut. Connecticut.
Well,
so
I have
state-funded insurance.
I don't have
If
Medicaid.
you go to the hospital and use this insurance, this means that the state has paid for your visit.
Right.
And that means this money comes from the state, and the hospitals are covered still by the
Right.
state.
Right. But that's Medicaid. I'm not on Medicaid.
I know you're not, but I'm just saying in general, most of the people who are on the Social Security are on that.
Right.
Okay, and those are the people that we are supporting, you know, in the healthcare and insurance, and this is
That
we
doesn't
gotta pay for those
that
people.
doesn't bother me. You know, I mean, if people can't afford health care, I don't have a problem paying extra in taxes to help them out. I really don't. I'm not heartless. You know, I'm not just going to say, sorry, you don't make enough money, die. You know, I'm not like that. So,
I understand, but also we have to look at some of these people that had just lived foolishly their whole entire life. They have never made any investments. They ever didn't care about their finances. They didn't care what they're spending their money on. They were in debt their whole entire life and credit cards and live above their means. And now all of a sudden, we have to take care of them.
well,
And then, so they had no opportunity, right, to save for their retirement. And you're going to see a person in Target or whatever, Costco or whatever the freaking grocery store you have there in Michigan, working, you know, behind the counter or being a cashier. And she's going to be like 75, and you're going to be like, oh my God, you should not really work at this age. But when you really look at the history of this person, she didn't give a fuck her whole entire life. She just spent the money like no tomorrow. She didn't care. She had a debt. She filed a bankruptcy freaking 3 times. And now we're supporting a person like this that didn't care to freaking work enough to save for their retirement because they think they're going to depend on the government later on. And the mentality here in this freaking country about all of this is freaking crazy. That people think they can just get on Medicaid and get on Social Security and it's just fine. And they were in debt their whole entire life and they didn't care what they were spending their money on. It's half of the people, 50% of this country is like this.
I don't think so.
Don't say, oh, I don't mind. No.
No.
Like, if
50
you were going to look at everyone's, it would have been the.
No, I don't think it's anywhere near 50%. It's a percentage, but it's not 50. It is definitely not 50.
So you think the middle class has always lived to be able to save for their retirement, and you don't think that people?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think the middle class were all a bunch of fucking bums and didn't give a damn about anything except their own little ass skin as they were growing up, and then when they got older and they got feeble and they were unable to work, that they don't deserve a handout if they can't make it because circumstances?
Exactly. I don't think that you deserve it if you didn't work your entire life and you didn't care about your finances.
Biden comes in, destroys everything for everybody as far as their income and their savings and everything else. And you say that these people are bums because they couldn't make it during the times. These people sucked all their money dry out of them.
Exactly. Because you have had 4 years that you were working for this. We're not talking only about 4 years of your income. Your whole entire life that you have decided.
We had Carter. We had, after Carter, we had Clinton. We had Obama. We had, oh heck, the Bushes too. We can throw them in there. We had Biden. All these people made it difficult throughout my lifetime to make a buck. Now, I did better than a lot of people. But a lot of people were scraping. You don't know what it was like in this country in the 70s.
It was much better than it's now. Come on, Ed.
Oh, no.
Much cheaper. Housing was much cheaper than for average American now. Okay? No, comparing to what you were making, the housing was cheap. Healthcare was a lot cheaper than it is now for people. I will never agree with you.
Agnes, you have no idea what you're talking about. In the 70s, people were being laid off by, God, the percentage was horrible. The unemployment rate was over 20%. We've never been anywhere near that since you've been in this country. Not even close. Over 20% of the population was out of work. I was
Okay.
I was in
When
the
you
airport.
were 25, all right. When you were 25 and you wanted to buy a house, how much was the average house for 1,200 square feet, and how much you were making average per hour?
I was making $6.49 an hour.
And the average house, 1,200 square feet.
How many square feet?
1,200 square, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, small house.
A small house in Michigan is not that small. But let's say 1,800 square feet, because that's probably about right. That's a small house in Michigan. And that would be, I have to think, I'm just going to guess, but I think it was probably 50 or 60,000. And
Okay.
it would be like 1970. Okay, 25 would be 19, for me, that would have been 1980.
Yeah, all right, 60 grand.
Yep.
All right. $60,000 divided by $6.25.
49 cents. I
Okay.
actually remembered that number because that was first job I got was, now that was a good pay because I worked for the post office. So I was
Yeah.
getting paid more than a lot of other people.
So let's say 649 times 40 hours.
Right.
That's $259.60. Let's say you gave $60 to a government to be generous, right?
About 30%.
Yeah. So $200 you are making a week.
You're talking
Times,
about a week.
yeah, a week times 52, right?
Yep.
That's 10,400.
Sounds about right.
So $60,000 on one income
Right. That's correct.
divided by 10,400.
About 6 times.
You will have to work 5.7 years on one income.
Well,
to-
that's if you didn't buy anything else.
That's well. Hold on. Okay, this is just I'm comparing the things. All right. So
Well, what you need to do is
5.7 years.
Wait a minute. You need to take these $10,000 and divide $60,000 by 10,000, which is 6 times. So if you take a year's income minus taxes, right? You took taxes up.
Yes.
So minus taxes and multiply that times 6, and that should be what you're paying for house.
Yeah, exactly. 5.7 years would take
Right.
you.
6 times
You
60,000.
saved your whole entire income. You lived with your parents.
6 times
or your-
60,000, so that's $360,000 for a house today.
Okay.
And that's about what it is.
So 5.7 years takes to buy a house
No,
outright.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't do anything else,
Okay. Well, we have to make it the
you can't even drive to work.
The comparing has to come in somewhere. Okay.
Well,
So let's say
also
you
in the
lived with your parents. You never had to
We had-
pick a dime. You had a wife that had another income.
We
Whatever.
had in the 70s we had gas lines where you were only allowed to buy like a half tank of gas or a quarter tank of gas because they had lines and there was a gas shortage because in the 70s under Carter, that's when we had the Iran deal or the
right.
hostage deal.
So now, all right, when you were 25,
Right.
all right, with
1980.
5.7 years, you were able to purchase a house.
You're looking at it wrong. What you do is you take your income, okay, and how many times does that income go into a house? It goes into a house 6 times, right?
Exactly.
So 6 times your net income equals the price of the house. So if you take your net income for this year, multiply times 6, what do you get?
Okay.
For me, that's
So-
that's $360,000.
So we can say that middle class makes around
60.
what would be the average? $60,000. That's the average for the national, right?
That's median income.
$60,000 and divide this by, you need taxes,
Well,
right?
all right.
30%.
You need to multiply 60,000 times 0.7. That way you have
No,
a
no,
net.
no. We're taking taxes out of 60,000.
That's why you multiply it times 0.7, because that's 30%.
5.7.
Because once you take 30% out, you end up with 0.7. So 0.7
Okay, well, I mean, so taxes
7
on
times 6 is 42. So that's
So-
40,000. Multiply it times 6.
okay, so $60,000.
No, 42,000.
When you take the taxes out,
It's 42.
that's $18,000.
No, it's 40. Well, taxes, yeah, but that leaves you 42.
Yes, exactly.
So-
Exactly.
So 42 times 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have 252. You want to show me where do you buy the house for 252?
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
No,
Yes.
no.
I can look it up right now. You can get
Okay.
$200,000.
1,800 square feet. 1,800 square feet.
Oh, that's easy. 1,800? Yeah, usually around 2,000 square feet.
All right.
1,800 square feet, Michigan.
All right. Okay. Okay. Show me what you can buy for that.
You can buy a 2,000 square foot house.
No
I'd
way.
have to look it up. I could just
No way.
ask Rock.
I'm gonna go on Zillow.
Okay. Can a house?
How do you spell Kalamazoo?
KALAMAZOO.
I got it.
All A's.
$250,000.
Yep.
And
I'll be right back. Hold on.
all right, property. Let's do houses. And we are looking for 1,800 square feet. But now the question is, $60,000. How many people make $60,000 in Kalamazoo? That's another question that I have. Okay, so we have 1,500 square feet that I found here, let's say. All right. Boom. Okay. So this is what we found. Nice house. Has a garage. 1,500 square feet. It's 215. Now, my question is, what are the taxes on this? Because if that's true, then that's got to be some kind of cheaper area, because I cannot find, if we're taking the average of $60,000 that you are considering that you are making, there is no way you can buy a house in California for 252. There's no way you can buy really a house in Connecticut, Illinois.
No, you can't.
Exactly. So, kind of.
But we don't make as much here as you make there.
I make $20 an hour. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a lot of people in Connecticut. You said they're one of the richest states in the United States. So a lot
yes,
of people
in
make
taxes.
a lot more money.
In taxes.
Well, your taxes too are high.
I mean, our minimum wage is about $16 an hour. What's your minimum wage?
$13.73.
Yeah, so it's a little different, So if I went to Georgia right now or somewhere else, I'll probably be finding houses for 150, but national average is still $60,000. So yes, I can find a house for that in the area where you are.
Right.
And when I go to the area where I am, 250 buys you absolutely nothing. And people here make $60,000.
Right.
You know, just the average what they make.
Well, see, that's where we had this financial disconnect when we were talking about numbers. Is your area is a lot more expensive for housing and your cost of living is extremely high. Whereas where I live is probably middle. We're not low, but we're not high. We're kind of average, I suppose. Maybe a little bit less than average where I live. Uh, I'd say probably average. Probably average for the country. But, California, yeah, a lot higher. Florida, a lot higher.
You can find a house for almost $200,000 where you pay $2,000 taxes. There is no such thing in Connecticut that anyone has seen the tax on the house to be $2,000.
And that's why the people.
If I was paying $2,000, I would not be so upset.
Yeah, I get it. That's why.
So how are you guys able to fund your services with such low taxes?
Because we hold our government officials a little bit tighter around the throat, I think, than you guys do.
Is that what it is?
Well, it probably has to do with the pay. In Connecticut, you got people who are making lots of money, and because there's a lot of money, then the prices are higher. That's kind of the way economics work. We don't get paid as much, so we can't afford a lot more.
So I'm gonna look up the house for $500,000, which is about the same what I have.
Oh, you can get a brand new place in $500,000. You can have one built for $450 and have a freaking mansion. One of the best areas. There's your $500,000 right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the.
You can't do rental out of it because you're not gonna. It's not designed that.
Well, it's sold. All right. All right. Okay, so this is not so pretty anymore. 9,824. Priced at 219. Tax assessment, they're taxing them at 219,380. So now you have a single family house that pays almost $10,000 a year in tax.
Where's that at?
This is Kalamazoo. What is the address? Lowler Road.
It's a $500,000 house.
Oh no, I'm sorry. This is West Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh,
somehow, some way, I lost the freaking town I was looking at. This is where I live. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I can see why you're having a problem with it.
I'm sorry. This was a little. I don't know what happened. I must have clicked something. So, okay, let's do this again.
It's already tomorrow. So.
I want a price a little bit more. I'm gonna do 500, and I'm gonna do 400 minimum. So this is what I'm gonna do. All right. So let's see. Let's see a house for 500. That's 480, 450, 486, 498. There we go. I got it.
That was nice.
Yeah, similar. This is 204 Monroe Street, Kalamazoo, and the price is 498, 4,000.
Yeah, how many square feet?
4,000.
That's a lot of square footage. That's a lot of square footage.
All right, so the tax on this house is significantly lower than mine. This is 6,875.
Okay.
So you guys have lower taxes, and somehow.
If you went to Monroe Street, if you lived on Monroe Street, you would be considered a rich person.
This is a rich person?
Yep.
This house?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks huge. So it
that's up on top of the hill. That's where the old money is in Kalamazoo. That's the old.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
But I still am not gonna agree with this freaking property taxes. I just don't like it. I
Well,
don't necessarily feel like that.
I understand where you're coming from. I was just being devil's advocate and playing the other side of it. But
I mean, I think when I am discussing those things with people that are not directly affected by some of the things that I'm affected by,
Mhm.
you know how my heart broke into pieces when my taxes used to were $4,000. And
Oh,
when I bought this house, I was like, fuck, this is freaking not bad at all. You know, not bad at all. 4 grand, that's less
so
than $400 a month. That's fine. But then it has changed because the assessment, they blew out the freaking whole COVID thing and the assessments came around and the government decided now all of a sudden my house is worth so much freaking money. And like I said, I don't see this money. I never got this money. I never got it in my account. I never have capital gains from the money that they're taxing me on. Okay, let's just put it that way. There's this invisible money that is existing for the government. It's not existing for me because obviously I'm still in this house.
do you
I
guys have?
didn't all of a sudden
Yeah.
live
Do you?
in this house and put all this $500,000 into my freaking account, and now I decided that I'm gonna, use it differently. That's just invisible money that I'm being taxed on.
Yeah.
This is what I don't.
If your mortgage is a certain amount per month in Michigan, you get a rebate. Even if you don't even pay any taxes, you get money back from the state of Michigan. I don't know. Let's say you make 60,000 a year, and you're paying, I don't know, $1,500 a month. You probably get somewhere in the neighborhood of about, oh, I'm just throwing a number out there, but probably about 1,500 back in state taxes. The state will
Wow,
pay you that much. Yep.
that's not here, Ed. That's not.
And
This is
that's
bad. Where
for
am I at?
people just paying rent. Now, if you own your home, you get even a better deal.
No, homeowners don't get any credit. We only got $200 credit from Lamont.
That's because you live in a state that is there so that they can build a highway between two states.
Exactly. So my heart broke into pieces when my assessment came around and I had to hire the rent. Each apartment got $200 raise.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do that. Okay. But I had to. They forced me to do it. And my tenants were not happy with me. And I said, listen, guys, next time you just have to vote differently. Because if you keep voting the same way, nothing is going to change. And I said, in 5 years, because I don't ever really raise the rent,
Right.
because I don't have to, as long as the things that need to be covered for this house are covered. So my apartments are under market value. I could get a lot more money for the apartments, but I just don't, because I'm not that type of a person where I'm trying to be greedy and make freaking couple $100 off of other people struggling. But unfortunately, certain expenses need to be covered, because otherwise, I mean, you're not going to be a landlord and you're going to be losing on a property, obviously.
Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense.
I'm not losing, but I need the money to cover, certain things for this house. And whenever anything goes wrong with this house, it goes out of my pocket, my private pocket. It doesn't go out of pocket of the house. The house does not make money. So don't get me wrong, this house does not make money.
That's
Okay.
why I have chosen to rent my entire life. I never wanted the hassle of having to fix anything. So that
is another. Obviously, when this house is gonna be paid off, and it hopefully is gonna happen sooner than later. It's probably gonna happen sooner than the 30 years, because I am making sure that I am making steps to have this house paid off a lot faster and not to have to pay all this interest and stuff.
Well, you
So-
can sell your place and move into one of those mansions here in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, I could. I just don't like the winter, so I would not pick
Well,
it up.
there's that. Yeah, there's that.
But like I said, I told you I have a 2-year plan. I'm gonna pay off the shed that I have.
You think
And then-
your snow's bad? You should come to Michigan where we get lake effect snow. We get a
Yeah.
lot of snow here.
I know. The snow is a lot for me. You know, you don't ever gotta worry. You pay your rent. You have the landlord take care of it. You know.
I don't have to work, so I just when it snows out, I stay in.
Yeah, I know exactly. I mean, this winter kicked my butt, to be honest.
And you come around and they shovel the sidewalks, they put down salt, they plow the parking
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Things wrong in the apartment.
Sometimes I'm jealous, but then on the other hand, if things roll good, I mean, I kind of live rent free,
Well, you're doing it the good old fashioned way that used to be done in this country in the 60s. The idea was to buy a house and then pay it down, use the equity, buy a bigger house, raise your family. When you get older, sell the bigger house, get a smaller house, and live your
Yeah.
life that way.
Well, not necessarily that's my case. I was trying to get there was a lot going on for me in real estate. This house was not the only house that I had, or have, or whatever you want to call it. I was betting on real estate because I wanted to have a passive income. And when I was buying in the years that, when the Trump was in, this is all my literally purchases and everything that I was doing with real estate has happened. This has made sense, a lot of sense financially. And the numbers were freaking great because you are buying a multi-family house for $250 where you can live completely rent free, where you rent out the other 2 floors. Obviously, you're going to have to take care of all the repairs and renovations and stuff like that. But if you make smart decisions
Right.
about who you let to live in your house, and if you don't have to do a lot of turnovers of your apartments, and if you take care of the things as they go, or if something breaks, you don't just abandon that problem or whatever, you will have the advantage of income that's coming your way, or to live rent free. I am not necessarily wanting to just live in the place where I have to drop $3,000 out of my pocket just to live there and kill myself and work jobs. You remember how much I traveled before? Not lately. Now I screwed myself a little bit with a lot of stuff last year, but that's sometimes life goes that way, but all my traveling and going to events, rallies, and freaking doing all this stuff was possible because I invested the right way into the income that was coming my way and allowed me to go all these places and not have to worry that I'm going to come home, not have an income, and I'm going to have a freaking rent that's going to be $2,000,
Right.
So, I mean, it's either or, but I still am thinking that if we freed people from real estate taxes, at least as high real estate taxes, okay? Because, all right, couple grand, all right, that's fine, not a big deal. But 8, 10, 12, 15, 20, $25,000 a year, those are extreme numbers. And I think it's unfair for these people to have to pay them, especially, I'm a landlord, fine, I put it in my cost. But for the people that are single family home owners, for them to pay $15,000 because they own a house that now all of a sudden after COVID went from 200 to 600 and the government fucking went cuckoo absolutely about it. Now all of a sudden you don't make more money because you still make your fucking $30 an hour, but all of a sudden now your house tax went up from 5 to 15. How's that fair? It's
Well,
not fair.
I remember those years when we were streaming and fighting the battle, and the rent prices were supposed to go up 20%, and they did in a lot of places, but they didn't hear. They didn't hear, which surprised the heck out of me. Actually, my rent went down during those years. It went up since then, but it went down. Just things were done differently here than they were a lot of other places where they just went crazy.
Well, maybe no one likes the winter there, so they couldn't raise the rents really that high because no one would want to stay there.
Well, it probably has a lot to do with the people that were in government, because we've always had kind of a split. We've been, right in the middle with Democrat, Republican.
Well, I mean, Michigan was crazy with the fraud in 2020. So
Yeah.
we don't even know which way you guys honestly really where.
If you looked at Michigan, it was all red, except for just one little area by Detroit.
Yes, I agree. But this way around, I have been texting you, and you became red.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
It's all your
So, I was happy to see that, because obviously you and Kimberly are in Michigan, so I was closely following what was going on in Michigan.
Yeah.
But I think we could debate a lot about what's going on in these states, and how my perspective on things is a lot of different perspective than any other people, because you just had a different system, and I maybe feel differently about it, just because I believe, if everyone is buying, hold on. So if everyone is buying in the store, everyone is paying the same price, right? So how are we going to single out a group of people that maybe have a better investments that they thought about it, and we're going to be like, oh, you're going to pay more money for meat now because we think you can fund the store?
Yeah, but I think you just demonstrated by checking what it's like in a different location. Remember what I said, location? It's where you're at. I mean, you live in Connecticut, and things are out of control, basically, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
And there's other places in the United States that are not out of control. And
If you live in Michigan, we presented that if you go 6 times your income, which is about $60,000 that you make before taxes, you're able to save for 6 years all your income and buy a house in Michigan.
Right.
That is not possible, not even close in Connecticut.
Right.
So for 60 grand, and that's like national average 60 grand, in Connecticut, to be able to do this, you have to probably make around 100 grand to feel comfortable here.
Probably more than that. Probably 120.
Yeah. Now probably. And that's a huge difference. That's twice as much as anyone else really needs. And so that will be your 2 incomes. So now you have to have 2 incomes to be able to be doing all that stuff.
Right.
So normally with 2 incomes, you would have, let's say, the same incomes, it would be 240,000. And that is crazy amount of money. And almost no one makes that much money here. Not a lot of people make 100 grand in Connecticut either. That's a lot of money. So average, I would say it's $30 an hour. If you get a job that pays you 30 an hour, you're lucky.
So that's 60,000.
Yeah, so 60,000 will be $30 an hour. No, is it?
Your housing prices, that's where you get taken right there, is because the millage, which is a tax, is based on your house income, which is what you were saying, or your house value. So because they increase the property values, that literally increased your taxes to a point where it's devastating.
Yeah. So if I was going to take that house I was looking at, that $190,000, when I told you it was $2,000 tax, right, in the city where you are, if I was going to take that house and put that house in New Britain where I live, that house would be $300,000 and $7,000 tax. So that gives you a mortgage of about $3,000. So where you are at 190,000 with $2,000, that will be about $1,500 to $1,600. It's a huge difference. It's why I'm keep talking that we cannot afford living here,
Right.
and it's a big problem.
Right.
So who on a $60,000 can afford a $3,000 mortgage?
Well, I wouldn't live there. So
And, yeah, exactly. Exactly my situation. And you
couldn't.
know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I'm living on a fixed income now, so I couldn't move there even if I wanted to, because I couldn't.
No way. No, who would ever want to move to Connecticut? First of all, unless we feel red. But it's just financially, that's the stupidest decision you can ever make. Okay,
Well,
there's a reason why I have to work 2 jobs, even
But
though that I have an investment. It doesn't even matter.
What you were saying though is when you first got there, things were different.
Yes,
And
things
you-
were
made-
different.
It made sense to do what you did then.
Yeah. Yes.
But now
Despite the
circumstances have changed.
Yeah. Despite the laws, because democratic states have the worst laws for landlords, they advocate for tenants, they give them a lot of rights, and that's a problem.
So are they trying to get people to move out of Connecticut? Is that what they're trying?
Yes, leave, go to Florida, go somewhere freaking nice, go like somewhere affordable. Stop paying all
Well,
this
Florida
tax.
is not that cheap anymore. Florida went up in prices a lot.
Okay, at least you don't pay income tax. Okay, so you're saving on that already.
Well, I don't pay taxes anyways.
Okay. Well, good for you. You know, I mean, you're lucky you're not 40 like I am.
I paid taxes my whole life, so I
You're
paid
gone.
security my entire life,
Yeah, I know.
and I paid
Yeah, but I still
Medicare
don't
my entire life. I paid Medicare, Medicaid my entire life. I paid all kinds of taxes.
Yeah.
But now I don't have to. Thanks to
Yeah.
Trump. Thanks to
Which is
Trump.
great. Yeah,
I was
which is-
paying taxes out of Social Security, which made no sense since they took money out of my paycheck to put into a fund that I was supposed to use for Social Security. And then when I got it, I had to pay taxes out of it, which made no sense. So Trump got rid of that.
So you guys don't pay tax on Social Security in Michigan?
No,
Okay, we do pay tax on Social Security in Connecticut.
I thought that's Social Security is a federal income or is it state?
Not here, still taxing you. Connecticut laws.
I thought Social Security was federal, which meant you don't pay.
Doesn't matter what the Trump says, whatever the freaking King Lamont we have here in Connecticut says, whatever the laws that he has, we gotta obey those. So they're still taxing you on Social Security. You cannot deduct the tax that Trump has let you deduct from your overtime and tips. Cannot do it in Connecticut either.
Well,
So I'm telling you, I'm not sitting here without a freaking good reason.
well, I understand. Yeah.
Reason.
Well, this has been a dispirited debate.
Listen, because you gotta understand my point. We've been
I
strangled
understand
here.
your point, but I hope you gleaned a little bit of what I was trying to say too. So,
I understand, but like it's a different type of the thinking. I came from a different system where we have universal health care. People don't pay fucking crazy taxes on their apartment houses. They pay like $200 a year, maybe. Okay. The government sponsors your college. The government sponsors your daycares. There's 2 different types. When you have a really, really small child, a newborn, you put them in one facility, and then the daycare is for the little older ones. That's all covered. You have maternity leave for 3 years. Government is paying for it. Okay, so those things are possible.
but government doesn't pay for anything.
No, well, I mean, All right. So when you're hired somewhere, they are obligated to be paying for a very short period of time for your maternity leave, and
But
then
that
you
comes out of your
switch.
pay.
Yes, and then you switch to the government pay, which government covers from the taxes that they receive
So
your 30 years of
you're,
sitting in home
you
with
are
your child.
mandated. Everyone is mandated to pay for all of these services, even if you don't
Yes.
get them.
Yeah.
Even if you don't get them.
Yep.
You may never go to the hospital. You may never have kids. You may never use any of the stuff that you're paying for. That's socialism.
Correct. But then on the other hand, it helps people a lot.
Or communism.
No,
Communism. Same thing.
no.
Yeah.
Just because people fund services, it doesn't mean it's communism.
Oh yeah. Well, actually,
Certain other countries give you more
the
possible services that you can use to better your life just because they manage better.
the reason they can do that is because we're protecting their ass.
All right. So the homeowners are the group that is paying for services. So whoever is a homeowner has to pay. Is that socialism or communism or what is it?
Well, I said you get rid of it. I'm not disagreeing that,
All right.
you can get rid of it. I'm just making the point that if you want the services, you got to pay for it one way or the other out of your own pocket.
Okay, I agree. I just disagree how it's executed.
Well, we shouldn't be forced to pay for things that we don't use. That's where the problem comes in, because there's some things that we all use that, like the roads, that kind of stuff, fire department, police. There's things that we choose to pay for, but it all comes down to the local level, and we decide how we're going to do it from there, as opposed to the statewide or nationwide, forcing us to pay for all these things.
I think it will be safe to say that you may use at some point in your life, okay, the services that are provided to you. So fire department, law enforcement, education, because it doesn't always have to be sending kids to school. You may want to change your career and go to school, okay?
I can go to school free right now.
Yeah, exactly. So, but at some point, some way,
But the reason I can go to school for free is because I'm 70 years old. And I don't go to college.
So if I lost all my jobs, I would go for unemployment. They have services that they're providing. Huh?
You're paying into unemployment right now.
Well, I have for a very long time. But anyways.
That's a service that you've already paid for in advance.
Yes, but the schooling that I would get if I was provided by unemployment services, the schooling is covered by the taxpayers. So if I want for career,
there too.
And I wanted to become a truck driver, for example, because you can do that. I know that there's
pharmacy tech.
Yeah, exactly. So the schooling is provided by the taxpayers. It's no longer an unemployment thing that you pay for and stuff like that. They
Well,
just
it depends on your income. I mean, if you make enough money, then they won't give you money to go to school. You'll have to pay for it.
So they have here they have courses. So if you end up on unemployment, you can take those courses if you
You're
want.
talking about community college, right? Or these community college, or these?
No, it's not. It's not college. They're not going to pay for your college.
Oh.
It's just courses that they are offering.
Okay.
For you to change the career. Obviously, those courses, like let's say a CNA, which is a certified nurse aide, this course and a license, it's like $1,600. So if you go on unemployment, you can take that course if you want, and they will pay for it.
I don't see you as a nurse, though. I mean, You mean like nurse?
It's a nurse aide. I've been doing this job for a very long time. So, like, what are you talking about? A CNA. It's just a nurse aide. So, the course costs $1,600, and the state would pay for it for you to have a career change, so you can advance, you can do better, and
Are
whatever.
you thinking about doing that?
I had a license.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't have to do that. I don't have to go that route. But if I ended up on unemployment and they were offering me a CDL that costs 5, 6, 7, 8 grand, I'll go for it. I'll get certified, and I'll be just driving all over the United States and doing podcasts all the time.
I can see you doing that. You would have your camera right up there, and we'd all go on road trips.
Yeah, I know. So
And
I mean,
don't mind if you do that either.
I mean, as long as you're consistent, you always have people that are gonna help you through. But anyways, well, we got a little bit on the discussion here, but
Yeah.
I
Well,
hope
it was
others-
fun. I mean, hopefully a lot of people learned a little bit about real estate and real estate taxes. I mean, it was an educational discussion.
I hope everyone now understands, because we have a different audience, and everyone is just going to know what's happening in their own town and their own state, and they don't really know what's going on in other states.
I have no clue about Connecticut. I learned more about Connecticut than I ever have.
Yes. So when I come on here and I tell you the life is fucked up, I'm not lying. I really am not. It's been really, really, really expensive. So and same with Mulda, when she came on and she said her prices on gas are $4.99. That's freaking extreme. And so they're one of the most expensive states for gas right now. Because then when you really go around and you look at Michigan, Indiana, or I don't know, maybe Ohio, I don't think the prices are $4.99 there. What's your gas price now?
What's
Is
that?
it like $4.20? Your gas price?
$4.20. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically about the same. And she said in Illinois, Chicago is $4.99. So that's already a huge difference that is going to put a hole in your wallet. And again, that's a democratic state. Why is it gotta be so expensive, and why red states are getting by on a lot less budgets?
Well, yeah, that's got to be taxes, because the distance from Kalamazoo to Chicago.
Oh, it's close.
It's just a 2-hour drive.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's you just hop in a car and shoot over there. I mean, it's not a big deal at all. It's just I-94, boom, you're there.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's funny because it just changes right then and there, on the border. $4.20, $4.40, $4.99, And so Democrats tax you heavily on the gas prices. It's like 40 cents on a gallon.
Yeah, 20 to 99 was 79 cents.
Yeah, I don't know, but I was looking
That's a lot per gallon. 79 cents a gallon. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Yes.
Almost $1 a gallon.
Difference.
Holy moly.
Huge difference. And 40 cents out of that goes to taxes probably. So every gallon is.
No, that would be 79 cents above what we're paying here. So that's 79 cents more than what we're paying. So that's all got to be taxes, because the distance between Kalamazoo and Chicago is so small that there shouldn't be a difference in transportation of the fuel. I mean, it's not that much further.
Yeah. No.
Once you get to Chicago, it's just 2 hours away, and you're in Detroit or Kalamazoo. I mean.
Yeah, and the difference is literally huge. All right, Ed, we still have people that are watching, but I need to get some rest.
Yep, I
And
understand.
oh my goodness, it's almost 1 in the morning, you know.
You actually have to work.
Maybe in these freaking discussions, I can go on freaking all night. man.
Well, this one was fun. I mean, we haven't had a spirited conversation like this in a while.
Yeah, I know. I'm very frustrated. I just want you to know this. I am
I get it.
extremely frustrated with the fact that I have to work so much to be able to, first of all, make a living. Second of all, get a good insurance and benefits. Third of all, don't have these freaking people mandating you stuff that you don't agree with, like the vaccinations.
Well,
They just
you're at the age right now where you're supposed to be making progress, but it sounds to me like the government is making it difficult for you to push forward at this age. You're kind of like pushing hard, but it's, you're pushing up against a wall, trying to make a few extra
yes,
bucks.
I agree, and I'm kind of in the middle here, because not in the age when I'm there to hustle, to make my life possible. You know what I mean?
And do something else different all over is
I,
so difficult.
I mean, I hustled a lot to be in the place that I am now. I mean, financially right now I'm not doing amazing, what I normally always was, and this is why you see me traveling all over the place all the time. I mean, someone had to pay for it, and that was me. But right now you have not seen me traveling anywhere. There's no streams going on and stuff like that, because when you have to grind, but like I've lately noticed that the work that I'm doing is just not enough to cover everything that I wanted to cover as fast as I used to was doing. And
Did you see what Kim just said, Kimberly?
yeah, so she's going to sleep. I saw it.
No, she says, you need to run for office
Oh,
or move somewhere more affordable. What are they two?
oh God, it's in the plans and it's in the works, and I have almost moved last year in January.
Maybe Kim will let you move in.
No, she would have, because she invited me with the campers. She's like, come on over, and I mean, that was a plan. I had a camper. I had it in my mind that January last year, not this year, last year, a year ago, I was going to go to South Carolina. I have had a person already lined up that was going to take over the cleaning. And I was just so determined to do it. And then my third floor tenant told me that he's going to move out. And I'm like, so now I'm not going to go anywhere because I have to renovate the apartment.
Oh,
Okay.
you did the renovation videos?
Yes, those renovations. They were happening in February, and I already planned. I'm going in January, gonna stay January, February, and March. And in those 3 months, I have to manage to find a job and sustain myself. And I was gonna stay in the camper, rent a space at the campground and stuff like that, and work my way into having apartment and all this later on. Maybe I wasn't gonna just rent it out right then and there, because I don't like to rent anymore. This is my problem. I like to own now, so I'm my own boss. So I still have in mind to buy the same type of condo that I already been once pre-approved, and unfortunately the vaccination thing hit and I had to just abandon the job that I had. Actually, it was really taken away from me, but I was pre-approved for 250. Okay, that's our number today. I was pre-approved for 250, and I already looked at the houses. I already knew what I wanted in South Carolina and Myrtle Beach. I was going to buy. I had a green light from my broker, and then unfortunately that was the beginning of 2021. That was like March of 2021. Yeah, and this is where the vaccinations rolled in, literally. And I had to just let go of the job that I had as a CNA, okay? Because you had to get vaccinated. Because if you didn't, our governor was going to penalize every single agency that would hire a not vaccinated person, and it was going to be $20,000 a day penalty for that. So
Yeah.
obviously, no one's going to risk that. So it was a huge goodbye, Agnes. So Agnes lost her ability to buy another investment property. So, and then I never really recouped after that to the point where I was able to get another pre-approval with my income, And so now I'm like, I have to do this. Like I have no choice. Like it's been 5 years. I'm waiting for my income to improve. I'm waiting for the affordability. I have never been able to afford anything anymore here because there's no houses for 250.
Yep.
And even if they are, your mortgage is $3,000 because the taxes are so high.
Right.
And so I don't want to spend $3,000 on a single family house here in Connecticut. I'd rather just buy another investment property or a condo, like in a complex on the beach somewhere, that is going to be like 150 grand. They're still there. I checked. And so I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, just let go, girl. Just freaking let go. But for some reason, I can't. I don't know why. What is wrong with me? Like, I just could have moved so many times already, But I'm like, this is just a sentiment, and this house and everything that I've ever been doing here. All my connections are here. All my friends are here. My whole entire life is here. Weather sucks. People suck. But I'm still here fighting the fight and trying to change something. Because if I'm not going to take the chance on changing the situation that I'm in, that I would never call myself Polish Agnes. It's just it.
Well, you can fight the battle there and keep your friends and still live someplace else.
Yes and no, because all your connections, I don't know how you operate, but how I operate, I keep people around that are useful to me. So this means my garage for the cars does not charge me $160 an hour. They charge me 90 because we're friends.
Mhm.
I have people that are HVAC system fixing whatever people, plumbers. They're not gonna come and charge me $250 an hour. They charge me $100 because I know them and we're friends. And I run.
But you
I
see,
will drive them to the airport for free.
if you live someplace where the cost of living is lower, the price isn't 250 anyways, it's 100 like you're paying now, except that's
Yes,
the normal
no.
price. And you might
Yes
get
and
50.
no. Yes and no, because you know how hard it is to get a plumber to your house?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I've
No
never-
matter how much you're making and no matter how much you want to pay them, they don't freaking want to come anyways. They don't care.
never had that problem.
Unless you have a huge job where they want to like charge you $5,000 for it. If you have a leaking faucet and you trying to get a plumber, forget it. You may as well learn on YouTube how to do it yourself.
Yeah, but you live in the Northeast where, you got to haggle. Whereas you move down south and everybody's laid back and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll be on hour. No problem. Be there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you have to learn to talk Southern, though.
I don't know about that.
I can see you with a Polish Southern accent. That would be interesting.
Getting rid of my Polish accent is going to be hard. I don't know. Well, anyways, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you, as always.
Yeah. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
You're very valuable to me. I hope you know this.
Oh, yeah, I do.
I appreciate your input, and if I ever was a little too hard or whatever, you have to understand I'm frustrated.
Yeah, I get it.
So I'm gonna leave it at that. And again, let's meet again next Friday, but not the podcast this time. We're having the debate in between the two pretty strong
Okay.
candidates
Cool.
for a governor, and it will be live streamed on on my YouTube channel here and the 6 other platforms that I have, and I ever paid attention to it. But it will be fun to see what they have to say, and then the following Friday after that, we'll just discuss, what really happened.
Well, you had over 700 viewers at one time today.
I know, because I advertised the stream,
Oh,
and
okay.
so that's why you will see the numbers going up and down, and I'm paying for advertising. So sometimes we get more viewers. I still have a lot, to be honest, for the hour. I have 4 on X, I have 1 on Facebook, 1 on Twitch, and 14 on YouTube, and I still have Rumble and Kick, which I cannot see the numbers right this second. Let's add a couple more viewers. So to be honest with you, we're getting our numbers up, because I try to really advertise a lot in the groups, in like political groups in Connecticut and stuff. And the more I wear my hoodie into events, the more people are gonna know about me,
Yeah, that's
So,
good.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is. I'm strictly am just trying to help the state, like.
Well, it really does help though if you come on at the same time.
Yes.
Like this, what, 3rd week now?
Yes.
Yeah. So as time goes along, people are going to say, well, it's Friday night.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, consistency is the key. We know this. We ran on consistency before.
Yep.
There was a lot I was putting out, and then I kind of stopped, and now I'm on a little different note, because Connecticut, it doesn't really interest everybody. So I appreciate whoever is here and listening and in the stream. I really appreciate it. Just you're just coming on here because that Polish Agnes is on, no matter what I put out there,
Like before, I said, if you have a stream going, you got people up there and everything, I'm not going to come on if I don't really fit into the conversation.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, but you see, I texted you the second time because I saw you didn't see the first message. I was like, oh shit, because I cannot ever predict how the stream is going to go. I try to listen. Facebook literally banned me today from starting too many conversations with people, because I have sent so many messages to people trying to invite them on this podcast and make sure that they understand what I'm all about. And I just message this candidate and this candidate and this person and that person, and shared it here, there, and I think I sent like at least 100 messages today, at least. Yeah, and the Facebook has told me I reached a limit of starting new conversations. Because, most of these people are already in my messenger, but I was trying to connect with new people. And if you're new and I'm starting a conversation with you as a new person, I only have a limit of 10. That's it.
Yeah, well, Facebook is such a large platform for so many people. I'm sure they have to put limits on. It's just too many people in it.
That was never the case before. Yeah, so that's just kind of recent, that I don't know if they try to tell you that's a spam, that you're spamming.
You're not the only one. I've followed a few other streams. I just watch those, but they're always talking about Facebook having limits.
Yeah. Well, Facebook was trying to take my account away, by the way, not too long time ago. So yeah, that was interesting. And I didn't know if I was. Huh?
You're Republican. What do you expect?
Yeah, they listen, but it was an ambush. How I feel about it, because they did not explain to me that if I am going to appeal a decision that they made about my account, and if they were going to, if the dispute was negative, for example, and they found for example, that I violated community services, they threatened me that I was going to lose the whole entire account. So you either take their punishment and do not dispute it, or dispute it and lose account.
Well, YouTube,
But I was
much
lucky.
correct. YouTube friendlier.
YouTube what friendly? Is YouTube friendlier?
Yeah, than Facebook. I mean,
I don't think so. I don't think so, because on the both platforms, I have had problems lately into being able to start the stream, modify the stream, do stuff to the stream.
they're
And
changing things on YouTube. I know in the code.
Yeah,
Waking up.
I don't know. But altogether, they forbid me twice already from starting the streams.
Oh yeah.
So I had to go around and put a different title on the stream.
Oh really?
Yep. So this is why sometimes when I stream, let's say on Facebook or elsewhere, you'll see completely different title than whatever the stream is all about. And then I'll go and fix it later on. If I have certain words put in there, I've noticed I cannot start the stream. Like, it's just not going to happen. And then I figure it out and I put something else and it started, no problem. So I know it exists. Try to silence me. I know it.
I don't know. I don't, run lives. In fact, last week somebody's actually subscribed to my channel.
Really?
Yes. It's like I don't even have a channel. I've got an account. And,
yeah, right. But your account is your channel. So if you wanted to use it anyhow for streaming or doing anything, you can,
Yeah, I suppose I could, but that's not quite up my alley.
That's not what you want. That's not what you ever wanted to do.
I told the person was that I piggyback on other people's streams.
But remember when you were getting accused of running, hold on, what was it exactly? Back in the convoy days, I guess with 1776 it was, they came around and they accused you of running, of res streaming, because there was another guy that had a similar message to you.
Yeah.
And they thought it was you and they were calling you out and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fudge, people? I think if Ed would do this, I would know.
Yeah. It's weird too, because that time period, everybody was getting their feet wet with YouTube. And most people didn't understand how to deal with the trolls back then. And the trolls were crazy too.
Yeah.
It was insane. But I've been watching a lot of streams where they don't even worry about the trolls. They just let them go. They don't pay attention to them. They just let them roll. And what happens is these trolls, they look for a reaction. They don't get one. They go away.
They leave. Yeah, I agree.
But then we had people on stream that would literally argue with the chat.
Yes. I know. No. That's not my case. If someone does not remind me or read me the chat, I mean, I did interact with the chat a little bit today, because people were talking, so I had time to pay attention.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, just reading the chat on the screen, I mean, I would have to have the stream where I'm only the only person, and then I'm able to read the chat, because this is what my interaction is going to be.
Right.
If I'm talking to people, running interviews or whatever, unfortunately, I just don't know how to, I have no time usually to incorporate this,
Right.
It's so hard for me to even cut into people when they're talking on the stream. And then I'll be like, oh, the chat wanted to say that. And it's like only 10 people that are really actually chatting, I mean, you have all these people watching, but not nobody is even chatting, And then we had this peach lady that has been texting. It's like, oh, why is the chat not incorporated into the the podcast, and how come they're not gonna see the what I'm on texting, and I'm like, lady, these people don't even know how to log in. Like, you're asking them to like go look for the chat. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm sitting here like, maybe you're so advanced that you know how to do things, but people on my stream don't know. And I'm not going to be sitting here and teaching them, oh, hey, there was this speech lady that wanted to talk to you in the chat. So, like, I mean, we're doing this so people can listen. I'm trying to focus on trying to put the things out, which I like personally. When I go to work and I have to work a 10.5-hour shift, I want to put something on in my earbuds and I just wanted to listen. I don't want to worry about the chat, what the chat said or whatever. I am just listening to the people that are speaking. And now I'm going to go to work and I'm going to re-listen this podcast, because sometimes I do not pay attention to 100% of what is being said, because I'm responding to the chat, I'm looking for the information, whatever, something else. So I want to be able to just listen to this. And I want to be able for people to just listen to this whenever they have a spare minute. They just put that on whenever they're in the kitchen, cooking, whatever. I don't want them to have to worry too much about what's exactly being said in the chat. I mean, chat is for people to chat about what the topics that we're talking about, in my opinion. And sometimes I can address things, but you will get my attention 100% on the chat when I'm just by myself, And so that's how my thing has been happening. You do have the streamers that cannot socialize much on the streams. What they do is they just want to talk to the chat, and that's it.
Right. When you're running a StreamYard, you can't follow chat. But when you're out there streaming and you're just holding the camera and you're moving around, you look at the chat and you communicate that way. That's the way I've seen you do it.
Yeah, so when I'm cooking and stuff, I'm talking to people. I'm reading the chat and stuff because I have time for all this, so it's not a problem. You'll get my attention there. But if I have to pay attention to 6 people on the stream, then the chat, then I'm looking for information that I want to pass. I mean, it's a lot, and I can't change the way how I've been always doing things. If you want to talk to me, you have to hop on. That's it. It's always been the case. And I don't see it changing, So, and we never have had overwhelming chats when there was like 100 or 1,000 people that were just chatting there and asking me questions and whatever, I mean, I get it, but
Yep.
It is what it is,
Okay, well, I'm going to sign off and let you move on.
Me too. Let's
Okay.
get some sleep.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next Friday. Hopefully, I'll remind you.
Yeah.
All right. You have a good weekend. And I wanted to thank you guys so much for being here. I mean, this is amazing. I'm having all these people that are still watching this podcast. I mean, this was the longest one I ever done. Holy shizzle. It's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 hours. I did not plan on 5 hours today. So as you know, but sometimes emotions run high and we need to discuss some topics, and we are definitely trying to change something here. And, this is Connecticut. This is Connecticut politics. We're trying to flip all the districts red. And, I really hate to abandon you guys, but I have to go and get some sleep. I only have tomorrow off, and I gotta go for my night shift on Sunday. So hopefully I get on with some cooking. Hopefully. I don't know. I can't promise, because last week I didn't even go shopping. I never had time. So this is why we didn't see the cooking show, because I didn't even buy anything. No groceries last week. So I just got by on some takeouts and stuff like that. And that's it for today. And then I'm going to see you next Friday for the debate. So you make sure you tune in. The debate starts at 7. The doors are open at 6. So I'm going to start streaming around like 6:30-ish, probably. That's Friday. And then on Saturday, we have an event. We have a flag wave. So we're having an exciting weekend coming up in Connecticut. So hopefully I'll see you guys watching, and I'll see some cool other people that I never met. I am very curious who's going to show up for this debate, to be honest. It's Ryan Fazio and Betsy McCoy. Those are pretty strong candidates. So hopefully we'll see what they have to say. Take care, guys. I love you as always, and see you next Friday. Take care.